The water does not greet you. It simply carries you, as it always has, slowly, without judgment, without the need for explanation. It cradles the boat as if it knows the shape of your weight, your breath, the low hum of something inside you that never quite rests. This is not a beginning, and the river does not pretend otherwise. It only remembers. The oar in your hand moves more out of ritual than control, dipping into the black surface with the gentleness of someone trying not to disturb a dream. Mist gathers not above the water, but within it, breathing out into the air, as if the river has secrets it prefers to whisper in low clouds. It curls around your ankles, your wrists, your throat, clinging to your skin like voices you've tried to ignore. They murmur in fragments, words that have long since lost their meaning but not their echo. They're not always unkind, not always cruel. Sometimes they simply observe. Sometimes they simply name. And the river knows your name. It carries it in its slow churn, not spoken, but implied. Each small wave that taps the hull is a syllable. Each ripple that follows behind is a memory. You can almost remember when the water was clear, when it reflected the sky instead of swallowing it. But that version of the river is gone now, or perhaps it never existed. Either way, you no longer search for it. The sky is the same shade as the water now, a muted gray that has forgotten sunlight. The line between earth and air is lost in haze. Land appears not as destination, but as interruption. Long fingers of rock pushing up from beneath like the remains of something that drowned long ago. Trees claw upward from the banks, leafless and still, their limbs frozen in gestures that resemble prayer, or warning, or neither. Your grip on the oar is not strong, but it is steady. You are not rowing. Not really. The current decides direction now. You are only here to witness it. The boat creaks softly beneath you, a tired sigh of old wood remembering its own journey. The river doesn't rush. It doesn't urge. It merely continues. And so do you. Somewhere behind you, the past clings like wet cloth. It doesn't shout. It doesn't chase. But it remains, damp, heavy, and close. You feel it between your shoulder blades, that hollow press of something unsaid. You carry it not like a burden, but like a limb. Familiar, necessary, painful only when noticed. There are no birds, no insects, no wind, only the slow rhythm of breath and water, and voices. One speaks low, almost kindly, a guide maybe, or a shadow pretending to be one. Another is sharper, brittle around the edges, snapping at thoughts before they form. And there is a third, faint, constant, layered beneath the others like a distant drumbeat. It doesn't say much. It doesn't have to. It's the part of you that has always been afraid. The part that counts footsteps and watches the door even after it's been locked. You don't silence them. You couldn't if you tried. Instead, you listen. As you always have. As you must. The river turns slightly, not enough to change the journey, only to remind you that even stillness contains motion. A shape emerges in the mist, large, ancient, worn smooth by time and meaning. A totem maybe, a warning post. The face carved into it is eroded, features swallowed by lichen and rain, yet the eyes remain, deep, empty, watching. You do not flinch. You meet its gaze, not out of defiance but out of familiarity. You have seen these eyes before, in the mirror, in the eyes of the dead, in the surface of the river when the wind still moved. Further down, the banks begin to narrow. The cliffs lean closer, their jagged forms pressing in with the quiet pressure of a question. You feel your spine respond, that subtle shift of posture that marks the moment before resistance. The water grows darker, not in color, but in presence, as if it knows what lies ahead and has chosen not to speak of it. The voices grow quiet now, not silent, but hushed, as though they too understand the weight of this place. You are alone again, not in body, but in attention. Every breath is yours, every blink, every shallow rise and fall of your chest. The river has brought you here for a reason it will not say. And so you listen. There is something in the distance, a shape that is not landscape, a line that is too straight, too intentional. A bridge, perhaps, though it does not span anything. It ends in stone, a monument to unfinished thoughts. The boat drifts toward it, unbothered by the lack of purpose. The boat does not stop, it only slows. You know it's time. The oar rests across your knees now, forgotten. You lean forward, hands against wood still damp with old rain. The shoreline waits, a scatter of stones, a crooked post, the remains of a path worn smooth by feet that walked it long before yours. You do not rise quickly. Your legs remember the weight of silence, the ache of motion after stillness. Your boots touch earth, and the world shifts around you in small, almost imperceptible ways. The air thickens, the light narrows, the voices shift in tone. You are here, and the land remembers. Behind you, the boat begins to drift again, slow and aimless. It does not wait. It does not return. The river claims it, folds it back into its rhythm, as though it was never meant to carry you past this point, as though it only ever needed to bring you home. You stand, still, listening. The mist pulls apart slowly, revealing fragments of a path, hints of ruin, stone broken and moss-covered. Ahead, there is no welcome, only the absence of refusal. You begin to walk. The soil gives beneath your feet, soft with rot and rain. Every step is met with the sound of breath. Not yours, not alone. The forest exhales, the cliffs hum low. The sky holds back its weeping for now. Everything waits. Somewhere, far beneath the earth, your name is being spoken. Not aloud, not even in words, but in the shift of roots, in the cold drip of cave water, in the quiet recognition of something that knows you, truly knows you, and does not flinch. The path is narrow, winding between stones that lean too closely. You brush against rough bark and slick lichen. The touch of the world is not kind, but it is familiar. You wear its bruises like old jewelry, ornaments of survival. A gate appears, not built, grown. Vines wound around bones, wood shaped by pressure and memory. It does not open. It simply yields when you approach, as though the forest has decided, just this once, not to argue. Beyond it, the air shifts again, denser, older. The voices return in fragments, questions without answers, comfort without warmth. You do not respond. You simply continue. The sound of the river fades behind you, but not entirely. It clings to the edges of things, the underside of leaves, the hollows of rock. You carry its rhythm in your breath, its memory in your skin, because the river does not forget, and neither do you. You step forward, into the hush that follows memory, into the path that bends not with logic, but with sorrow. The ground is uneven now, not treacherous, but deliberate. Every stone is a test, every branch a whisper. You walk slowly, not out of fear, but out of reverence. The path opens briefly onto a rise. From here, you can almost see where the river turns away, a pale shimmer in the distance, already forgetting your shape. The wind touches your cheek, light and cold and thin as regret. You stand there a moment longer, watching the water that no longer carries you, listening to the silence that has not yet become sound. And then you turn, and the mist folds behind you, and the river forgets your weight. But the air still smells faintly of salt and smoke and rain, and something else, something older, that hums in the stones beneath your feet and knows exactly who you are. You don't notice the change at first. It's not a sound, not a sight, not even a feeling you can name, but it's there, in the way your breath seems to press against the inside of your chest instead of escaping, in the way your footsteps grow quieter, even though the ground has not softened. In the way the path, once winding, now narrows not with terrain, but with intention, as though the world itself is folding in, not to trap you, just to watch. You continue forward, but the air no longer carries you. It drags slightly, dense, not with mist, but with something heavier. Something not made of water or earth, but of memory that doesn't want to be touched. The trees here grow differently. They do not reach. They do not sway. They lean. Crooked backs and splintered spines, holding silence like a secret. There is no wind. But something shifts the leaves anyway. You pause, just long enough to notice that your body doesn't fully belong here. Not anymore. Your arms carry weight they didn't before. Your skin feels less like boundary and more like suggestion. Something inside you begins to trace the edges of every shape you pass, wondering what used to live here and what still might. The whispers return, not louder, but closer. They do not echo now. They perch. One voice is almost playful, skipping between thoughts like a child avoiding cracks in stone. Another lingers just behind your left ear, low and uncertain. The voice that always asks if this is the right way, even when there are no choices left. And then, there's the one that doesn't speak at all. It breathes. You keep walking. The slope dips gently, the path lined with fragments of stone shaped by hands that no longer exist. Symbols carved deep, as if force alone could preserve meaning. Some you recognize, or think you do. Others seem to shift the longer you stare. Shapes inside shapes, messages beneath the surface that blink when you don't. A crow calls once, distant and flat. Not alarmed, not alive, just present. You pass beneath a stone archway, the remnants of something once grand, now reduced to an afterthought held together by moss and the stubbornness of memory. The air thickens further, not with rot, but with something colder, as if the wind had been replaced by breath. The temperature doesn't drop, but your body curls in anyway, your fingers brushing your arms like you're checking to see if you're still there. It is here that the sound changes. At first, it's just a hum, like something turning beneath the earth, slow, rhythmic, the sort of sound that doesn't enter through the ears but seeps in through the bones. You pause, but the world doesn't. The hum continues, and you realize it's not behind you. It's inside you. A resonance, a reminder. You reach a clearing, but there's no relief. The openness doesn't feel like escape. It feels like exposure. The trees stop, but their presence remains. You're being seen, not watched. Seen. The difference is subtle, but real. A single standing stone rests in the center of the space. Tall, monolithic, its surface pulsing faintly with heat that has no source. You step toward it not because you want to, but because you were always going to. The voices hush as you draw near. Even they know better. The stone whispers, but not in language. It shows you something. Not a memory, not quite. More like the space around a memory. The ache that remains after forgetting why. A shape. A face. Flickers of laughter turn to smoke. The curve of someone's shoulder just before they disappeared. You step back. Not out of fear, but because your heart is moving too fast to stay still. Behind you, the path continues. But it feels less certain now, as if each step forward might also be a step inward. You begin again, one foot, then the other. The forest resumes, but it's quieter now. Less hostile, more observant. The hum doesn't leave. It remains like a hand pressed lightly against your back. The trees thin, and then suddenly they vanish. Stone replaces root. Wall replaces sky. A ruin, but not of time, of fire, of violence. You step through what used to be a doorway, and the air changes once more. Dust lifts with each breath. Not visible, but tasted. Sharp, like memory burned too close to the surface. You pass a broken altar. The cloth across it rotted through. But something lingers there still. A shape, a warmth, a sorrow. You do not touch it. Some things do not ask to be remembered. Voices again, but fainter. They do not guide. They do not warn. They comment. One wonders aloud if you'll find what you're looking for. Another insists you're already too late. And that third, the quiet one, simply waits for the others to stop. You descend narrow stairs, the air growing heavier with each step. Stone gives way to dirt again, but it's different here. Damp, not with rain, with something older. The walls close in, not claustrophobic, just attentive. You run your fingers along the stone. It's warm, alive in a way stone shouldn't be. There are grooves there, not carved, pressed, like something tried to hold on before slipping beneath. A door waits at the end, not locked, just unwilling. You lean against it, and it opens not with resistance, but with resignation. On the other side is something more than silence, the kind of hush that lives inside grief. You step in anyway. The chamber is round, high-ceilinged and hollow. Light drips through cracks above, but does not reach the center. The floor is covered in symbols, burned into the stone, not drawn. You cross it slowly, your breath catching without reason. Something moves, not seen, not heard, but undeniable. A presence that does not move toward you, only watches. You feel it behind your ribs, between your thoughts. It does not wish you harm, but it remembers harm, deeply. You kneel, not because you mean to, because you have to. The presence does not speak, but it lets you feel. A long corridor, a wooden door, a scream that never reached its end, a loss so great it wrapped itself around you and renamed your shadow. You do not cry. The tears live elsewhere now. You rise, slowly, as if standing might crack the floor beneath you. The presence recedes, not defeated, but finished. For now, you leave the chamber. You do not run, but the silence behind you does not follow. It stays, filling the room like breath after a nightmare. Above ground again, the air feels sharper, the mist thinner, but the weight has not lifted. It walks beside you now, not as punishment, as companion. Ahead, a new path, narrow, coiled with vines, familiar. The darkness follows close behind, not chasing, not hunting, just remembering you. And the path opens like a sigh as you step forward into the hush that remembers your name. The wind doesn't leave you, not entirely. It tugs at the edge of your cloak like a memory that refuses to loosen, not urgent, but persistent, as if to remind you that it was real, that it touched you, that it meant something. Behind you, the river no longer murmurs. It only watches. And in front of you now, half draped in shadow and half etched in flickering light, stands a gate. It doesn't look like a threshold to anywhere special. The arch leans slightly, as if tired of holding up the weight of so many questions. Moss climbs its sides like hesitant thoughts. Its surface is covered in markings that might have once been runes, or names, or warnings. But time has whispered too long against them, and now they blur like dreams upon waking. And still, you feel it, that low, humming pull in your ribs, the way your pulse seems to lean toward the stone. The gate wants something, not passage, not reverence, just acknowledgement. You don't reach for it, not yet. You simply stand in the air that thickens around it, the silence shifting like cloth around the edges. There's no lock, no chain, but the barrier is there all the same, not in wood or stone, but in the way your body resists stepping forward, in the hesitation of your heel, in the way the whispers in your mind fall quiet, not out of respect, but confusion. Even they are unsure whether this is the beginning of something or the end of something else. The path behind you is narrow now, softened by fog and forgetfulness. The trees no longer beckon. They lean away, backs turned like old friends too weary to say goodbye again. You're not sure when the world changed, only that it did, as if the act of walking forward peeled back a layer that cannot be unpeeled. And now, you're here, at a place that looks like a decision, but feels like a memory you haven't made yet. You step closer, just one pace, and the sound it makes, your foot against the earth, is louder than it should be, as if the air has been holding its breath too long, and now it startles. The light shifts slightly, not brighter, just different. The sky overhead remains gray, but somewhere behind it, something watches. Not with malice, not with hope, just attention, like a question waiting to see what you'll do with your answer. There is a presence near the gate, not a person, not quite. A shape, maybe, a blur at the edge of your sight that vanishes each time you try to look directly. You don't know if it's guiding you or guarding something. You don't ask. There's a rhythm here that doesn't belong to you, and you are only borrowing space from it. Your hand lifts slowly, almost of its own accord. Not to push, not to knock, not even to open, just to feel. The stone is cold, but not lifeless. It pulses faintly under your palm, like a drum beat you can't quite remember the song to. The marks beneath your fingers shift subtly. Not move exactly, but realign, as if your touch has reminded them they once meant something. The voices return softly. One murmurs that this is foolish. Another insists it is fated. A third simply hums, tuneless and slow, like a lullaby sung by someone who never learned the words. You listen to them not as guidance, but as weather, a climate inside your skull. Always there, always changing. You breathe in, and the gate does not open. It does not swing. It does not yield. But it no longer feels like a gate. It feels like an invitation that doesn't require acceptance, like a dream that continues whether or not you are ready for it. The world past the threshold does not reveal itself. It only waits. And waiting, somehow, is worse than knowing. You take another step, and now the air is different. It clings, thicker, louder. In that way silence sometimes is, when you're too afraid to speak. The ground feels the same beneath your feet, but the way you move through it has changed. Each step drags a little more weight, not on your body, but on your memory. As if something is tethered to you now, something old, something unsaid. The trees on this side of the gate are taller, but not grander. They loom more than they stand. Their branches lean low, heavy with things that do not hang from trees. Not leaves, not fruit, not anymore. You try not to look, but you feel them, like breath on your neck, like guilt you thought you left behind. There are markings here too, carved into trunks, etched into stone. Runes, perhaps, or stories, or cries. You don't try to read them, not because you can't, but because you already know what they say. Somewhere inside you, the meanings have always been there, not written in words, but in ache. The path narrows again, not physically, but emotionally, like walking through a corridor made not of walls, but of decisions you once made and cannot unmake. Each step is a conversation, each breath a confession, and ahead the air grows darker, not in color, but in tone, like dusk pretending to be dawn, like something trying to convince you it isn't what it is. You pause, not because of fear exactly, but because of recognition. This place is new, but it feels like somewhere you once promised never to return to. A vow made in firelight, a memory sealed behind your ribs. And yet, you're here, at a gate that no longer looks like a gate, at a path that asks questions your voice doesn't know how to shape. And then, without warning, something moves. Not near you, not even around you, but within you. A stirring, a shift. The sense that part of you has stepped ahead, without waiting. As if your shadow has grown impatient. As if the version of you that is ready has outpaced the version that hesitates. You let it go. You follow. The light changes again. Dimmer now, but warmer. Not inviting, just honest. The kind of warmth that doesn't promise safety, but still reminds you that you're alive. And as the trees begin to thin, and the stones underfoot grow sharper, you realize you have passed through. Not the gate, perhaps, but something. Some invisible boundary marked only by the change in how your breath feels when you let it go. You look back, but there is no gate behind you anymore. Only trees, only fog, only the hush of something that didn't quite open, but no longer stands in your way. And ahead, something waits, not to be fought, not to be solved, just to be seen. A shape forms in the distance, flickering, still, maybe a ruin, maybe a memory, maybe something else entirely. You keep walking, not toward it, but because of it. And behind you, the wind carries no words, just a feeling, the kind that lingers in your clothes, the kind that remembers the shape of your name, even when you've forgotten how to say it. The gate did not open, but you passed through it anyway. Or perhaps you left part of yourself behind, with the runes and the stone and the air that never quite touched your skin, the same after that moment. There is no clear line between where you were and where you are. Only a soft, sinking sensation, as though the world beneath your feet has become less certain, less anchored, and your steps now fall through layers of silence instead of landing cleanly on earth. Here, the trees have gathered closer together, but they do not huddle. They press, they lean. Their branches weave above you like ribs, and the light that drips through them arrives in slow, untrustworthy flickers, too bright in one moment, too absent in the next. The moss is thick here. It coats not just the stones and roots, but the air itself. You breathe it in, and it clings to your throat like the start of a forgotten word. It is not quiet, not truly. Beneath the hush, there is movement. Somewhere behind the branches, something shifts, not walking, not chasing, just circling. The leaves do not rustle, they recoil. The path is no longer straight, and perhaps it never was. You only thought it was, because that was easier than accepting that it has always been curved, like memory or grief. You press forward because you must, because to turn back is to admit that you believed this place would be kind, and you can no longer afford that sort of hope. The dirt gives beneath your feet, not soft, but shallow, as if it has forgotten how to hold weight. The trees begin to show signs, not carvings, not symbols, but impressions, faces, shapes, the hint of eyes in the grain, a suggestion of antlers twisting into bark, of mouths that open without sound. You don't know when the forest began to look like him, the beast of illusion, the trickster whose name drips like broken laughter across the back of your thoughts. But you feel his presence long before you acknowledge it. Not ahead, not around, within. As though something is nudging your thoughts just slightly off center, turning your certainty sideways. You see a shape, blink, and it is a branch. You hear a breath, turn, and it is gone. He does not hide. He rearranges. And still, you walk. Because the only way out is through. Because Dillion's voice is quieter now, and you fear what silence might replace it if you stop. Because the air tastes like secrets, and you've already swallowed too many to spit them out now. The fog creeps in, not in sheets, but in threads, curling around your ankles, wrapping your wrists, sneaking past your collar like a whisper with teeth. Every step you take feels heavier than the last, as if the forest is remembering you too well and does not want to let you go. You begin to lose track of direction, not in compass terms, but in the way your body feels uncertain. Your shoulder itches like something is behind you. Your eyes ache like they've stared too long into a mirror that was not made for reflection. And then, laughter. Not the kind that brings joy, the kind that unravels it. A sharp, high sound buried beneath the canopy, bouncing off trunks and minds alike. You freeze, but nothing stops with you. The world continues. The shadows keep moving. The trees still breathe. You are the only thing out of rhythm, and you hate that more than the sound itself. You keep walking, not boldly, not blindly, just because standing still feels worse. The forest shifts again. The path disappears, replaced by a clearing that wasn't there a moment ago. The grass here is too short, the air too still. You are being invited, or perhaps offered. At the center, a totem. Carved wood twisted into horns, its face stretched too long, its eyes too wide. It does not look alive, but you are not convinced it isn't watching. Around its base, bones, arranged, displayed, not as trophies, as warnings. They are too clean, too careful. You feel their shape in your feet before you see them. The voices argue. One says turn back, one says go forward, one says nothing, only hums. You choose the silence, because it feels the most honest, the most like your own. There's a path again now, or maybe it's just space between trees pretending to be a trail. It winds, loops, doubles back. You begin to see yourself in places you haven't yet stood. A flicker of hair there, a shadow with your posture over there. Illusions, you tell yourself. But your mind replies, whose? The branches above you form arches, not just from growth, from design. Someone, or something, shaped this, not for beauty, for ritual. You are not the first to walk here. You will not be the last. That thought should comfort you. It doesn't. The whisper returns, this time clearer. It is not one voice. It is many, braided together, too close to your skin. They speak in fragments, phrases that should mean nothing but somehow sting. You followed him here. You believe the wrong things. You look just like her. You do not ask who. You already know. The fog thickens again, and the forest begins to open, or fall apart. The line between those two has blurred. You step into another clearing, this one larger, ringed with stones that don't look placed. They look landed. The earth here is darker, softer, fresh, the kind of soil that remembers weight. You do not step on the stones. You step between them. In the center, nothing. But it is a nothing that hums, that vibrates, that listens. And then, the flicker. Movement, just at the edge of your sight. Something tall. Something antlered. Something wrong in the way it holds still. You do not see it move. But it is closer now. And then closer again. The shadows do not deepen. They bend toward it. Your breath catches in your chest and stays there. Not because of fear, because of memory, because you have felt this before. Not in this forest, not in this world, but inside. A ripple of doubt, a sliver of shame, the sudden knowledge that what you see may not be what is there. But it is no less dangerous for being false. It does not speak. It simply is. And then it is gone. You don't remember blinking. You don't remember looking away. You don't remember how it left. Only that the air feels emptier now, not lighter. Just missing something. The voices try to make sense of it. They offer names, explanations, blame. But the forest has moved on, and so must you. You walk. Again. Always again. And slowly, the trees part. Not enough to show you safety, just enough to show you the next illusion. You step forward, and your foot lands in a puddle that wasn't there. The water is warm. Wrong. Your reflection doesn't look back. It looks elsewhere. You lift your gaze. Ahead, a path of light. Too clean. Too tempting. It feels like a trick. Because it is. But it is also the only way forward. You take it. Because something is waiting. Not a beast. A pattern. A shape that cannot be known directly. Only understood sideways. You will meet it soon. But for now, you walk beneath branches that resemble fingers, past rocks that resemble skulls, through mist that resembles breath. And behind you, something watches with eyes that never blink. The path behind you is still breathing, as if it remembers your weight, your doubt, your unwillingness to look directly at the things that brushed your shoulder and then vanished. But you do not turn around. Not because you are brave, not because you believe, but because forward is the only direction that doesn't ache as much. And even then, it still aches, just differently. The world narrows again, not in distance, but in meaning. Shapes blur, branches curve too deliberately, runes flicker and vanish before they can be read. A gate appears where there should be none, a simple arch of weathered wood held together by ropes that look like hair, bark stripped into strands too fine to belong to the trees around them. There is no lock, only silence, but it is the kind of silence that waits, that listens. You pass beneath it without breath, and something tugs at the base of your spine. A coldness, not external, but remembered, like fingers that once gripped too tightly, too long ago to name. The wind picks up, though the air does not move. It hums along your jawline, curling around the backs of your ears, carrying a sound that's more shape than noise. A syllable forming in a throat that doesn't exist. You hear him before you see him. Not in footsteps, not in presence, but in the way the voices quiet themselves. The internal chorus that normally buzzes like nettles along your ribs suddenly pauses, turns its attention outward. Not gone, just curious. And into that pause, he speaks. Not to you, around you, through you. A voice that doesn't ask for belief, it assumes it. Ancient, brittle in places, but threaded with iron. It does not crack. It folds, like parchment burned at the edges, curling inward instead of crumbling away. He speaks in stories, names, warnings. He calls himself Truth, but the name feels borrowed, as if someone gave it to him as a joke, and he wore it anyway. You do not see his face, only the outline, a suggestion of shape, flickering where light dares not stay. Antlers that are not antlers, a staff that does not touch the ground, eyes like smoke caught in ice. He does not come closer, and yet his breath is near enough to stir the hair at your temples. He smells like old pages and wet stone. He begins to tell you things. Not instructions, not advice, just pieces, moments, echoes from somewhere further in. His words curl around myth, fracture through memory, drift between what you think you know and what you've been pretending not to. He talks of illusions that become reality simply by being witnessed too long, of trials that are not meant to be survived, only endured until they break differently. The voices murmur, not arguments this time, interpretations. Some think he's lying, some think he's dead. One calls him father, another calls him something worse. You let them speak, but your eyes remain on him, or on the space where he ought to be. He gestures without moving, and the world behind him bends, not dramatically, not with grandeur, just slightly, enough to shift the color of the trees, enough to change where the shadows fall. He says nothing about this. He simply watches to see if you noticed. You did, and that somehow matters. You follow him, not with your feet, with your thoughts. He moves without motion, and you drift in his wake like ash from a fire too tired to rage anymore. He tells you more stories. Each one feels like a door left open in a house you don't remember building. Each one contains a truth you cannot hold. They slide past you like reflections in water, distorted, reaching, familiar enough to unsettle, never still enough to claim. One story is about a tree that grows from a corpse and bears fruit that makes you forget why you came. Another is about a man who could not be killed, and so his fate was bound to a woman who could be. Another is about the eyes in the woods that are always watching, but never for you. You do not speak. You do not ask for clarification. He does not offer it. Instead, he brings you to a place where the air sharpens, not colder, just thinner. The light here is fractured, filtered, the kind of light that falls through ribs, through branches, through memories you didn't realize were yours. The path forks, not in direction, but in certainty. Two doors, two symbols, two truths. You cannot open both. You cannot know what you are choosing. You only know that he is waiting, not impatient, not expectant, just still. You step forward, and the world reacts. The ground cracks slightly beneath your foot, but does not collapse. The symbol above the door glows. A low hum echoes across your teeth, settling behind your eyes like a thought that never fully forms. He speaks again. But this time, it feels more like listening than talking. His voice winds around your own breath, shapes the rhythm of your heart, suggests memories you never lived but somehow remember. He speaks of the illusion of separation, of how grief folds the world inwards until you cannot tell which pain is yours and which is simply echo. And still, you do not trust him, not because he lies, but because he sounds too much like the part of you that once believed someone could be saved by walking into darkness alone. Still, you listen, because his stories open something, not comfort, not peace, but the space where those things could eventually fit. He leads you further, to a place where the trees have faces, where the rocks hum with names, where the grass moves like breath across the skin of something ancient and unburied. There is a rune puzzle here, but you do not solve it. It simply recognizes you. It leans into your gaze, and it reveals what it wants you to see. The lines align. The path opens. The world rearranges itself not to challenge you, but to test your patience, your trust, your willingness to keep walking even when the way forward looks like your own reflection, distorted by the trembling surface of something deep. You pass beneath another arch. He does not follow. He remains where the stories stay still, where truths do not chase. But even as he disappears, his voice lingers, and now it is not just his, it is yours. Familiar, yet not entirely safe. You walk slower now, not because you are afraid, but because the air is thicker, the silence denser, and somewhere ahead, the truth you don't yet trust is waiting to speak again, this time through your own mouth. But for now, you keep your lips sealed, and the only sound is the hush of wind moving through a forest that knows too much. The path doesn't end. It just forgets itself for a while. Behind you, the light no longer looks like something that can be returned to. It clings to the edges of things, afraid to go further. Ahead, the trees crowd close together, like strangers pressed into the same narrow thought. Their branches lean in, not maliciously, but with curiosity, as if watching to see who you become out here. The air has changed its rhythm. It doesn't hum anymore. It watches. It listens. It waits for something to shift in you. There is a gate, but calling it that feels too generous. It is a shape, an outline, a boundary that exists more in your bones than in the world. It hums when you step toward it, not with sound, but with pressure, the way certain truths hum when you get too close. The frame is rough with old wood and draped in symbols that shift when you blink. Eyes, loops, spirals. A language not meant to be spoken, only felt. You feel it now, in your teeth, in the space behind your eyes. The gate is waiting. The way splits here, though the split isn't clean. One path curls gently toward the light that leaks between bark and stone. The other folds inward, twisting like a bruise beneath the skin of the forest. You don't choose. Not really. You drift. One foot follows the other, not toward a destination, but away from stillness. And that is enough. The trees are strange here, not in their shape, but in the way they react to your presence. You pass a trunk that seemed closer a moment ago, a root that crosses your path where it wasn't before. The world rearranges when you're not looking, or maybe it always did, and only now are you soft enough to notice. The sky is a rumor overhead. The wind is a whisper with too many voices. A voice speaks inside you. Not yours, not theirs. A third voice. A voice you once trusted, or thought you did. But now it trembles at the edges like something broken trying to hold its shape. He sees you, it says. Or maybe he is you. Or maybe it was just the wind again. It's hard to tell. The trees lean closer. The gate hums behind you, forgotten but not gone. A shimmer hangs in the air, like heat above stone, but cold. Cold and crawling. You step through it, and the world bends. Everything looks the same, but nothing feels right. The rock to your left should be on your right. The arch ahead was behind you. You close your eyes for a moment, and when you open them, the path has changed. Or you have. The illusion doesn't try to trick you with grandeur. It unsettles you with near truths, half-reflections, familiarities that have turned their back on you. You keep walking. The forest thickens, but it doesn't feel oppressive. It feels watchful, not hostile, not protective. Just there. As if it has no opinion of you whatsoever. As if it is merely the backdrop to something much older than you, and you are the passing shadow in its dream. Light flickers through the canopy, but it doesn't warm you. It dances on your skin like memory, present, but unable to reach you. There is a clearing. You step into it like stepping into the center of a question. The space feels circular, but the trees bend just enough to ruin the symmetry. In the middle stands a totem, bone and wood, twisted together like someone trying to remember the shape of fear. Antlers crown the top. Not clean, not ornamental. They curl with intent. Eyes are painted on their tips. You feel them move when you don't. The air hums again, but differently now. With rhythm, with breath. The beast of illusion is near. You don't see him. You don't need to. The trees see him for you. The light curves around something you cannot name. Leaves tilt toward it. The dirt leans. There is no roar, no battle cry. Just presence. Just a wrongness that coats your skin like oil. You step backward, but the world stutters. You're not in the clearing anymore. You're somewhere else. You didn't feel yourself move. You didn't feel the wind change. But now the sky is wrong, and the path behind you has folded inward like the spine of a book someone tried to close. You hear a whisper, then another, then laughter, sharp, wet, familiar in its cruelty. Your own thoughts giggle from the trees. Nothing here is real, one says, low and sweet. Except what hurts, another replies. The voices don't echo, they wrap around your throat, around your chest. Not tight enough to suffocate, just enough to remind you they can. There's another gate, not the first, not the last. You reach for it, and your hand passes through. The illusion trembles, just a little. You learn something in that moment, not with logic, but with body, with skin, with the part of your mind that still remembers cold floors and long shadows. This beast is not made of power. He is made of belief, of perception. And you are not as stable as you pretend to be. You step back. The gate shimmers. The clearing stutters again. You're back, but not the same, not quite. And now there are symbols in the air, shapes, patterns, pieces of a rune that wants to be found. The forest offers fragments, placed just out of reach, through a gap in the stone, reflected in a puddle that wasn't there a moment ago. You piece them together, not with sight, but with patience, with instinct, with the part of you that once believed the world could be trusted, and still mourns the loss of that trust. When the rune forms, it hums. The world exhales. A path opens. But nothing is simple here. The way forward is forward only because you decide it is. The moment you doubt, it shifts. The beast of illusion feeds on doubt, on the hesitation between steps, on the stammer before belief. And you are a feast of such things. There is a sound behind you, a shape, a flicker of movement that your eyes can't hold. You do not run. You walk, slowly, deliberately, as if to tell the presence that it has no claim here, that you are more than a shadow with skin. But the presence doesn't chase. It mimics. It steps when you step. It breathes when you breathe. It learns your rhythm and plays it back slightly off key. You press forward. Another shimmer. Another gate. Another clearing. You see the totem again, but it's different now. Its antlers have shifted. Its face leans slightly to the left, like someone listening to a secret that hasn't yet been told. A crow sits atop it. It doesn't caw. It stares. Its feathers are darker than shadow, and its eyes are still. The moment you look away, it vanishes. You do not question it, not because you understand, but because questions here do not behave as they should. They tangle. They echo. They loop back into themselves and come out wearing different names. You pass through the second gate. The illusion fractures. The forest breaks like glass, not loudly, not violently, but like a mirror quietly admitting it never liked its reflection. Trees slide apart. The path reforms. The presence retreats. You are alone again, or at least alone in the way one can be with 100 voices whispering from the dirt. You find a door. Wooden, bound in rusted iron. It leans into the earth, half swallowed by moss. You press your hand to it, and the grain feels like scars. The handle is cold. The air behind it smells like something old, not death, not rot, but something else, something unspoken. You do not open it yet. You rest, just for a moment. The voice is quiet. The forest holds still. The illusion has receded, not vanished, just stepped into the next room. The beast of illusion is not defeated. He is watching, waiting, rearranging. And you are still learning how to walk through a world that does not stay still. Behind your eyes, the antlers curl. The crow waits to return, and the path ahead flickers with possibilities you haven't yet earned. Somewhere in the trees, something shifts. A leaf falling in the wrong direction. And the wind exhales, soft and long and wondering. The wind has not changed, but it carries something else now. Something that remembers your name, even if you no longer say it out loud. You step away from the door you didn't open. You leave the scent of rust and damp behind, though it clings for a moment longer to the folds of your thoughts. Somewhere in the forest, something turns its gaze, and the trees, in their silence, choose not to mention it. You walk slowly, though there's no path this time, only a clearing that melts at the edges and trails that begin where your feet decide to land. It is not disorienting, not anymore. Just familiar in the way that dreams are familiar, where forward and backward trade places when you blink, where the ground holds no memory of your footsteps. The air tastes like charcoal, not the harsh smoke of something burning, but the memory of it, a fading ember caught in your breath. And then, almost softly, you begin to notice the eyes. Not all at once. Just one at first, painted in ochre, faint and flaking, on the curve of a bent birch trunk. It watches without watching, not accusatory, not inviting, just there. And then another, behind a bush that has no rustle. A third, high up on bark too thin to hold such secrets. They don't move, but they don't need to. They are not for seeing. They are for being seen. The voices inside you murmur in low currents now. Not words, exactly. Just weight, like hands pressed gently to the insides of your ribs. The kind of touch that knows where your fear lives. The kind that doesn't knock, just waits until you remember it's always been there. You pause near a fallen log, not because you are tired, though you are, endlessly so, but because something about the moss feels watched. You crouch beside it, press your fingers to the green. It's damp, but not wet, alive, but still. You brush it back and find another eye, this one different, carved, deep, not fresh, weathered like a warning that forgot what it was meant to protect. You are not alone. You never were. But that realization doesn't hurt. It simply settles, like a coat too heavy for spring. The eyes watch as you move, not hostile, not cold, but intent. You walk slower now, not because you fear them, but because it feels wrong to move too fast in front of something so patient. There is a stream here, but it doesn't flow. The water moves, but only just, as though reluctant, as though remembering how to be liquid. You kneel beside it and stare into its surface, but it doesn't show you your reflection. It shows something else. A blur, a flicker, a face maybe, or a mask, or the suggestion of something that used to be you, but slipped into the water long ago and never came back the same. You do not speak to it. You let it be. The trees whisper again, but not with leaves, with bark, with grooves and knots and shapes that almost resemble words. You pass one trunk and feel something in your chest lurch slightly. Not a pain, not even discomfort, just recognition, as if the grain of the wood remembers your breath from another time. And then the path shifts. You didn't see it before, but now it's there. A corridor of trees, leaning inward like old women trading secrets. The air grows cooler. Not cold, just hushed, as if the sun has chosen not to follow you down this way. You move forward, carefully, slowly, as if the ground beneath you might suddenly decide it no longer wants to hold your weight. The eyes are denser here, dozens, maybe hundreds, painted on every available surface, bark, stone, bone. They overlap in some places. In others, they spiral outward in rings, each slightly tilted. They watch you together, not in accusation, but in shared curiosity, as though they've been waiting to see which version of you would arrive this time. You step over a threshold you didn't notice until you'd passed it. And then the world bends. Not violently, not even visibly, but the way a memory bends, around a smell, a word, a touch. The trees don't look different, but the space between them hums. The wind hums too, but not in your ears, in your spine, in that soft place just behind your throat where sound becomes feeling. A figure stands ahead, far, but not distant, still, but not lifeless, cloaked in shadow, though there is no shadow here. Their face is hidden, their posture relaxed. You do not approach. You wait. The forest waits with you. Even the voices inside you pause, holding their breath. The figure raises a hand, slowly, gently. A wave that is not a greeting, but a suggestion, a permission. You take a step forward. The ground beneath you softens, not physically, emotionally, as if the forest is exhaling just enough to let you pass. You move toward the figure, and with every step, the world sharpens, not with clarity, but with contrast. Light pools differently, shadows fall at wrong angles, and the eyes, they blink. Not all at once, just a few, here and there. Enough to let you know that whatever this place is, it sees you now. The figure does not move again. They dissolve, not vanish, not retreat, just unbecome, like steam rising from skin in winter. And in their place, a tree, old, wide, split down the center. Its bark is covered in eyes. They pulse with color, not bright, not garish, but felt, as if emotion had pigment. Sorrow in deep maroon, memory in soft blue, fear in yellow too pale to name. You place a hand on the bark. It's warm, not from sun, not from fire, from presence. The way a loved one's palm lingers on your back long after they've stepped away. You press your forehead to it. You do not cry. You do not speak. But something inside you leans, and the tree leans back. A sound moves through the forest. Not music, not voice. Something older. A vibration. A resonance that shakes loose the dust in your bones. And then the tree speaks. Not aloud, not in words. It speaks in sensation, in heat behind your eyes, in pressure behind your heart, in the way your breath catches on the edge of something too big to name. It says, "You are seen." It says, "You are not whole." It says, "That's okay." You pull back. The eyes close, one by one. And the path behind you lights softly, not with fire, but with permission. You do not run. You walk, slowly, past the painted bark, past the whispering trees, past the stream that never quite flows. The forest is different now, not changed, just known. And the wind moves again, not with words, but with memory. Somewhere behind you, a tree forgets your name. Somewhere ahead, another learns it. And in the space between, you breathe, and the breath feels enough for now. The forest behind you hasn't stopped shifting. It doesn't creak or howl, not anymore. It watches. You carry its weight like a wet shawl, its whispers clinging to your skin in places you can't reach. Branches no longer bend in wind, but in suggestion, curving with a memory you didn't give them. Every step forward feels like finishing a sentence you don't remember starting. You no longer ask the ground to be solid. You simply trust it will be, until it isn't. Ahead, the world narrows. The light doesn't dim, but it does withdraw, like a friend reluctant to follow you deeper. Between crooked trees and old bones that still dream of standing, something ancient waits, half buried, half aware. It is not a fortress, not a ruin, not a place that ever wanted visitors. It is a door, or it has become one. Or perhaps it always was, and you've only just remembered to look. You see it from the corner of your gaze at first, the way all wrong things begin. A presence not outlined by shadow, but by absence, not dark, but hollow, as if the world forgot to paint that part in. The closer you get, the less it appears to exist in space, not because it fades, but because it resists definition. The outline curves wrong. The wood has no grain. The air bends near its edges, and the runes begin to glow before you even think to notice them. You don't read them, not the way someone reads a book. You feel them. They swell behind your eyes, like tears that haven't yet earned a reason. The symbols burn, not with heat, but with shame, old and private and echoing from places you buried under other names. The door knows them. And when you reach out, when your hand rises not from will but from memory, the surface is cold, not like ice, but like a name you haven't spoken in years. It presses back slightly, not in refusal, in recognition. You remember then that not all barriers were meant to be crossed. Some were meant to remind you of where not to go. But you've never been good at obedience, and the wind, once gentle, now pauses, as if the whole forest is holding its breath, not waiting, bracing. The door does not open with noise. It shudders, quietly, like a sigh beneath your ribs, like something trying not to wake. And when it does yield, not swing, not move, but yield, it reveals not a space, but a truth. The room inside does not welcome. It remembers. The air smells like memory, not the warm kind, not the kind with bread and ash and the sounds of laughter too loud to be recent. This is the other kind, the kind that lives in the corners of closed rooms, the kind that waits behind certain dreams. It carries the scent of things half said, half left, regret that clung to clothing long after you changed. You step in not with your feet, but with your breath, carefully, slowly, as if the walls might react to the wrong rhythm. They don't crumble, they don't shift, but they lean, as if listening, or mourning. You can't be sure which. The ground is uneven, but not broken. The way an old song is uneven when sung by a voice that remembers too much. The runes scatter across the walls like fingerprints in dust. Some pulse, others wait. They do not glow with light. They glow with knowing, your knowing. Shapes you traced once in the air without realizing your hands were doing it. Symbols that don't mean what they say. They mean what they remember, and they remember too much. There is a center to this place. You feel it more than you see it. A point that draws everything toward it. Light, time, thought. A narrowing of being. A gravity of pain. And in that center something stands. Not large, not grand, just there. A post, a column, a spine of the world, bound in markings, draped in soundless weight. You walk to it not because you must, but because not walking feels worse. Each step echoes differently, not louder, just more personally, as if the floor has opinions, as if it measures the way your heel meets it and judges the tremble in your legs. But you go anyway. The thing in the center does not speak, but you understand. The way you understand the cold of winter before you open the window. The way you understand a scream when it hasn't yet begun. It asks nothing. It offers nothing, but it waits. And so, you do the only thing that feels true in a room that does not care for truth. You close your eyes, not to shut it out, but to let it in. The voices do not begin immediately. They rise, as if drawn up through your bones, familiar, not in sound, but in tone, that strange rhythm that only doubt knows. They ask things you thought long buried. They echo answers you never gave. They become versions of you, not alternate, not imagined, remembered. Your own voice, filtered through years of trying to forget. You do not answer them, not aloud. There's no point. They do not speak to be heard. They speak to be felt. And so, you do. You let them pass through you, like a breeze too heavy for air, like grief slowed down to seconds. The light, if it can be called that, changes. Not brighter, just more aware. The runes shift, rearranged, like guilt rephrased into something easier to live with. The door behind you is gone now, not closed, not sealed, gone. You're inside the thing now, not the room, the memory. And you realize, this is not a test. It is not a puzzle. It is a mirror, not of your face, but of your breath, your weight, your hesitation. It shows not what you are, but what you carry. The door was never a barrier. It was a witness. You step back, slowly. The voices dim, but they do not vanish. They cling to the edges of the silence, a chorus of almosts, of nearlies. You do not close your eyes again. You do not need to. The door, wherever it is now, has already done its work. The floor breathes, just once, as if exhaling something it held too long. The air warms slightly, the way hands do when pressed to chest. Not comfort, just recognition. You turn, not toward anything, but away from what isn't anymore. And somewhere behind you, deep within wood that does not creak and stone that does not settle, a sound lingers, not an echo, not a whisper, just the hush that follows something deeply seen. It stays with you, the way mist does, the way grief does, quiet, unreasonable, softly permanent. And outside, the wind exhales again. The air doesn't change when you step into this place. Not at first. It carries the same cool weight, the same breathless quiet, the same vague scent of soil and distant rot that clung to the last door. But there's something underneath it now, a waiting, a pause that stretches longer than it should. It doesn't press, doesn't pull, it just is. A silence that leans in, like something listening for you, like something has noticed you noticing it. You feel it before you see it, that shimmer at the edge of everything. Not heat, not yet, but memory. A warmth you've lived through and lost, worn and forgotten, all smoke and no color. Fire is not sudden here. It is slow, creeping, patient in the way that old grief is patient. And you realize, quietly, that this place speaks in flames. You don't remember learning the language, but your body remembers how to flinch. You walk without sound, or try to. The ground is too dry for silence. It snaps and rustles beneath each step, and every noise feels like a mistake. The world around you blurs at the edges, smoke or dream, or some tangled mix of both. Shadows stretch longer than they should. Shapes flicker without moving. The trees here lean in strange directions, like they're bending to whisper to something beneath the earth. And then you hear it, the low, hollow sigh of something smoldering, not crackling, not roaring, just breathing. Something in this place is burning. Something has always been burning. You move toward it not with purpose, but with inevitability. The path winds between things that are not ruins, but not whole. Stone pillars, splintered wood, fragments of structure with no beginning or end. You touch one with your fingers and feel the heat still buried in it. Not enough to scorch, but enough to warn. You pull your hand back like you've touched someone's wound. The world flickers again. For a moment, you're not here at all. You're elsewhere. Or before. You can't tell. A face flashes. Then another. Their outlines scorched into memory like smoke on cloth. You try to blink them away, but the fire doesn't let go that easily. There's a voice. Distant. Male. Echoed. Not Dillion. Not your father. Not even one of the whispering ones that curl around your skull like vines. This one is different. Steady. Heavy. The voice of something that is never forgotten. You can't understand the words, not really. But you understand the tone, the cadence. It is the sound of destruction spoken as ritual, of pain named reverence. He speaks fire the way others might speak prayer. And it occurs to you, painfully, intimately, that the flame here is not an element. It is a beast. Cert. You do not say the name, but it trembles somewhere inside you. You pass through a gate that doesn't look like a gate. Just charred wood, blackened and bowed, forming an arch that offers no protection. Stepping through it is like stepping into another version of the same world, but brighter at the edges, more jagged in its breath. The heat arrives slowly, not like a wave, but like a rising tide. You don't feel it until it's wrapped around your ribs. Your skin begins to remember things your mind would rather forget. The taste of smoke, the hiss of burning flesh, the way eyes look when they see their last light through fire. You breathe through it. You have no choice. The path splits. One side curves gently upward, toward ruins that glow with a faint pulse of orange. The other dips into a hollow choked with ash. Neither calls to you. Both wait. You choose not because of logic or bravery or even instinct. You choose because something inside you is tired of standing still. You walk into the ruin. Flame dances here, not in great sheets or roaring pillars, but in threads, like ribbon, like memory, like song. It curls along the beams, coils beneath the stones, flickers through the air as if it's being breathed by the walls. You see runes etched into everything, not glowing, not pulsing, but watching. They hum in a language older than your voice, a language you feel in your teeth and fingertips. They do not warn. They witness. You step over bones. Human, maybe. It doesn't matter. They've been here too long to carry names. You kneel beside one, not out of reverence, but because your legs no longer trust themselves to stand. The skull stares without judgment. You wonder who they were. You wonder if they screamed. You wonder if you would remember them differently if they had whispered instead. The flame grows louder. It crackles with a rhythm you hadn't noticed before, like a breath, like a voice, like your own heartbeat played back to you through broken glass. And then you see him. Not clearly, not entirely, just the shape of him in firelight. Broad, still, waiting. Cert is not made of flesh. He is made of what fire leaves behind, shape without detail, shadow without forgiveness. His presence presses against your skin like steam. You do not run. You do not scream. You simply watch. He does not move. But the world does. The ruin collapses around him, not with violence, but with certainty. Beams fall inward like bowing heads. Flames leap, not toward you, but past you. Something behind you begins to burn. The door. You turn, too late, and watch it vanish into light and ash. There is no exit now, no retreat. The only way out is through. You step forward. The heat tightens around your throat. Smoke curls into your lungs like questions with no answers. The voices in your head begin to argue. Some scream, some weep, some chant words you've never learned but somehow understand. They do not agree, but they do not stop. You carry them with you. You always have. Cert watches. And then the fire rises. It doesn't touch you. Not directly. It moves like intention. It surrounds you, loops you in, draws you toward its center. You walk through it as though it is fog. You expect pain. You expect to dissolve. But instead, you remember. A hearth, a house, a mother, a scream, a pyre, a village, a silence afterward, a boy with eyes too kind to survive, a girl who no longer knew how to cry. The flames do not burn you. They teach you, not with words, but with images, with scars that have never reached your skin, with memories that still smell of cinder. And through it all, you remain. When it ends, because it does end, though not cleanly, you are kneeling. The ground beneath you is scorched, but whole. The door that once burned is now a gate of light. The ruin has become ruin again, quiet and still and empty. You rise. Your legs ache. Your chest heaves. But you rise. Behind you, the voice still murmurs. Not cruelly, not kindly, just truthfully. It says nothing you want to hear, and everything you need to remember. The wind moves through the trees again. The fire has left its scent behind. You carry it now, in your clothes, in your hair, in the way your shadow flickers when you move. You walk toward the light, and the ashes behind you scatter gently, like sighs in the wind. You move forward, though forward is a word that no longer means what it used to. The door behind you did not close with a sound. It simply ceased to exist, swallowed by whatever haze memory makes when it's too tired to hold shape. What lies ahead is not a hallway, not a chamber, not a forest or a bridge or even a world. It's a feeling you've had before, the kind you can only describe by the weight it leaves in your chest. Not dread, not fear. Something quieter, a kind of echo that doesn't belong to anything real. The ground beneath your feet is steady enough, but it behaves like a question you've already answered, only to find it scrawled again on the wall. The stone looks familiar, though the cracks are wrong. You think you've stepped here before. You think your feet remember it. But when you glance behind you, the path doesn't match the one you were just on. Or perhaps your memory doesn't match your eyes. Either way, it doesn't matter. The walls breathe, not deeply, not urgently, but just enough to remind you that you are inside something. Not a place, not exactly. Something. Your mind itches. Not your scalp, not your skull, but somewhere deeper, beneath where thoughts are supposed to rest. You try to remember where you are, but the thought slips sideways, turning into something that used to be a name, then a color, then nothing at all. The voices, the ones you've carried like smoke in your lungs, are quieter now, but not silent. They don't argue. They don't guide. They hum. A low, circling hum, like someone whispering to themselves in the next room, endlessly, as if repeating a word they can't quite translate. The corridor shifts. You don't see it move. You feel it. A bend that wasn't there becomes a bend you always knew. A light that wasn't shining becomes a glow you swear was always ahead. Shapes form not by appearing, but by refusing to disappear. You pass a doorway framed in branches that seem more like fingers. You pass a stone marked in runes that your eyes don't recognize, but your skin flinches from anyway. You pass a memory, dressed like a man, standing at the edge of your vision with Dillion's smile stitched crookedly across its face. You do not stop. There is a door now, not like the others. This one pretends to be open. Its arch is wide, unguarded, inviting in the way a cold room can invite, because it reminds you there is no warmth anywhere else. You walk through, not because you choose to, but because the air behind you is too still. The voices hush for a moment, a breathless second where even your footsteps seem reluctant to interrupt the silence. And then they start again. One says go back, another says forward. A third just repeats your name, not to warn, not to comfort, only to hear how it sounds after all this time. The space beyond the door is wide, but not empty. There are objects scattered like thoughts dropped mid-sentence. A broken shield, still wet with a war that never happened. A mask, too small to wear, too detailed to ignore. A bowl with water that reflects your face only when you're not looking directly at it. You walk among them slowly, as though each item holds a version of you. A discarded thought, a false start, a belief too fragile to survive daylight. You do not touch them, not because you are afraid, because you remember what happened the last time you picked something up that reminded you of before. A wall rises to your right. It wasn't there when you entered. It grows like a thought you've tried to avoid, slowly, steadily, until it is the only thing beside you. Runes crawl across its surface, flickering. You do not read them. They are not for you. They are about you. They describe your doubts like names in a family tree. And still, you do not stop. A whisper winds its way toward your ear, not outside your body, inside. It feels like breath across the underside of your skull, like memory's fingers brushing past thoughts too tender to keep. It says nothing clear, only fragments. He knew. You weren't enough. You're still here. Each syllable lands like a drop of cold water on bare skin. Not painful, not even sharp, just persistent. The way grief is persistent, long after the reason for it has been buried. The corridor turns again. Or maybe you do. It's hard to tell when every direction feels like an apology. Ahead, a mirror stands, cracked down the center, framing two mismatched halves of something that might once have been a face. You glance, but not fully. You already know what it will show. Not you, but the pieces of you that couldn't agree on how to look like one person. The smile you wore to comfort him. The furrowed brow from before the sickness. The tear that started long before you ever noticed it falling. You pass it anyway. Mirrors are just invitations to lie to yourself more beautifully. Now there's fog. Not outside, within. It curls around your thoughts, softening edges, distorting echoes. You blink, but the mist remains, not on your eyes, in your mind. You reach out, though you're not sure what for. A memory? A shape? A version of yourself you still believe in? Your hand meets nothing, but it doesn't feel empty. It feels paused, like even space is unsure whether to exist here. There's a sound now, steady, rhythmic. Your breath? Number. The beat is too even, too practiced. A heartbeat, perhaps, but not yours. The thud resonates from somewhere below, like someone knocking from beneath the floor, politely, as if requesting permission to rise. The thought doesn't frighten you. What does frighten you is that you almost want to open the floor and let them through. The voices return, sharper now, not louder, just more certain. One tells you that you're close. Another insists you've been here before. A third begins reciting names like a eulogy for people you never buried. You keep walking. The maze bends inward again, folding on itself like a closing hand. The ceiling lowers, the path narrows, and your thoughts spiral. You remember a story, not yours, but one you told yourself often, about a girl who wandered into the woods and never came back the same, not because of what she saw, but because of what she heard. And what she heard was herself, reflected back in the voices of things that had no mouths. You wonder if you are that girl, if you've always been. At last, a chamber, circular, diamond-sois. The walls flicker with light that has no source, like memory catching fire just to stay alive. In the center, a glyph, painted, number carved, number breathing. It pulses gently, like lungs beneath the skin of stone. You approach, though the voices clamor. Some say stay, others say run. One says quietly, "You've already done this." You kneel, though you don't remember bending. The glyph does not respond to your presence. It simply continues. A steady rhythm, a breath. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. You match it, not by choice, by gravity. Your thoughts slow, not because you will them to, but because they tire. Your eyes close, not in surrender, but in search of stillness. Something moves behind you, not sound, not shadow, just the sensation of being observed by something that remembers you differently than you remember yourself. You do not turn. Some things gain power only when seen directly. Instead, you breathe with the glyph. You let the rhythm carry you. And in the space between beats, you find her again. Not whole, not healed, but real. A voice that doesn't speak. A presence that does not need to. You remain there, in the hush of the maze, in the stillness that follows when the mind gives up on escaping itself. There is no door. There never was. Only corridors made of belief and memory and grief. And even those begin to dissolve now. The breath fades. The heartbeat softens. The walls stretch. Somewhere, a light dims not because the fire is gone, but because the night has simply deepened. And the maze exhales. The last breath you took still lingers in your lungs, not because it was deep or calming, but because letting it go would mean accepting the next one. And the next one is uncertain. You step forward, but the ground beneath you doesn't feel like earth or stone. It feels like decision. Soft where it should be hard, cracked where it should be smooth. Nothing trusts your feet here, not even the dirt. The air is thinner in this place. Not cold, not exactly. Just less real, less firm. It curls at the edges of your vision like parchment left too close to fire, singeing thought before it has time to form. Light comes and goes not in beams, but in glances. Flickers, as if the world itself is blinking slowly, and you're caught in the moment between lashes. You don't see shapes so much as feel them. The walls are close, maybe, or maybe not. Your shoulder brushes against something that wasn't there a second ago. It leaves no mark, but it leaves a thought behind. A word you once knew but have since forgotten. Voices murmur. Not loud, not urgent, just steady. Like breath or heartbeat, or a memory being stirred awake. They don't argue. Not yet. They just hum, whisper, occasionally laugh. That bitter kind of laugh that lives just at the edge of understanding. You're not sure if they're amused by you, or if they're trying to warn you of something you haven't seen yet. The door, when it appears, does so like a smirk. Crooked, hesitant, half-formed. It does not open. You pass through it anyway. Because what else is there? Turning back isn't forbidden. It's just erased. Like the path behind you was drawn in sand, and the tide has already done its work. Forward is not a direction here. It's a resignation. This is a trial. You know that. Not because someone told you, but because the walls told you. Because the light stings in a way that feels purposeful. You step into it like stepping into a mirror that hasn't yet decided what to reflect. The world here is made of pieces. Fragments that don't align unless you squint your thoughts into the right shape. Trees grow where ceilings should be. Doors hang in midair, waiting for logic to catch up. And the symbols return, the ones you chase, not with your eyes, but with your breath. You don't seek them. They find you, carved in shadow, reflected in puddles that don't wet your boots, hidden in the angle between a wall and your fear. They're not instructions. They're echoes, things that were once true, or maybe things that want to be true again. You close one eye, and the world reshapes itself. You close the other, and it betrays you again. Sight is no longer reliable. It hesitates. It misleads. It demands something of you. Not faith, but focus. You see shapes that don't belong. You see gaps in the world that pulse like wounds. And then suddenly, something aligns. not with clarity, but with permission. The symbol you weren't looking for becomes visible, and the voices approve. They don't cheer, they acknowledge, as if you've remembered your lines in a play you didn't audition for. The path continues, but now the light shifts again. It reddens, flares. There are branches above you now, or ropes, or veins. It's hard to tell. The world blinks once more, and the room reshapes. Stone becomes wood. Wood becomes bone. You walk carefully, not because of traps, but because each step risks breaking the illusion too soon. There's a doorway up ahead, but it's hesitant, flickering, as if the world can't quite decide whether it should let you through. You walk toward it anyway, and it steps back, revealing a courtyard that has no roof. Or maybe it has many roofs, one stacked upon the other, like thoughts piled too deep to organize. The trial continues here, not with puzzles, with perception. You're not solving, you're aligning, not unlocking doors, but unlocking trust, between your eyes and the world, between your breath and the silence. You step toward a tower that wasn't there before. It stands, quietly accusatory, waiting for you to remember what you've already forgotten. You scan the angles, letting your thoughts shape the view, letting the lines stitch themselves into meaning. The symbol appears again, softly, not like revelation, like apology. You find the third by accident, or maybe by surrender. You stop trying. You lean against a half wall that wasn't half anything, and the shape reveals itself. The world folds like paper around your paws. The voices hush for a moment. And in that stillness, you realize something else. You've been breathing faster than you thought. The air tastes of rust now, and memory, and something just beneath the surface, like grief that's too old to cry about. The trial ends with no declaration, no fanfare, just a subtle shift, the door that would not open finally leaning inward. The world nods, just slightly, as if to say, yes, yes, that was enough. But you don't leave immediately. You linger. Because something about this place, this broken mirror of a world, reflects not just shapes, but versions of you, of what you believe, of what you cannot let go of. And as the final doorway yawns open, quiet and dark and ready, you know what you'll carry with you. The certainty that sight, once trusted, now wounds. That seeing doesn't always mean understanding. That some things, once seen, remain behind your eyes, like thorns pressed beneath the skin of memory. And as you step through, not boldly, but willingly, the world behind you sighs, not in relief, but in acknowledgement. And ahead, the shadows stretch long, and somewhere, just barely, a voice hums, low, familiar, almost like it's humming a lullaby, but not one meant to soothe, one meant to remember, one that fades, softly, like dust settling on the edge of something unfinished, like a breath that never quite makes it out of the lungs. The world doesn't stop when you leave the last room, it only lowers its voice. The air presses differently now, not against your skin, but deeper, against thought itself. The quiet feels like it's listening, not offering peace, but measuring you, testing the seams of your breath to see how much noise you dare to carry into this place. You step slowly, carefully, as if your souls remember something your memory doesn't, something buried in the crackle of leaves and the distant groan of wood that is not quite wind. The ground here isn't solid in the usual way. It yields in places it shouldn't. Not enough to trip you, but enough to remind you that stillness isn't stable. A floorboard creaks beneath you, and the sound rings too far, like it's been waiting years to be heard. You stop. The echo doesn't. It bends around a corner you haven't reached yet, crawls up a stair that may or may not exist. It reaches farther than sound should, as though it's announcing your arrival to something that doesn't use doors. You continue anyway, because you must, not because of courage, but because the silence behind you is somehow louder than what lies ahead. Your ears tighten, subtly, as if trying to shrink away from what they might pick up next. There are voices, not close, not far. They flutter through the walls like bats through dusk. Soft shapes that don't always cast shadows. Some of them laugh, but not kindly. Some of them whisper, and their words taste like salt at the back of your tongue. The first room has no shape. It's all angles and doubt. The walls are unsure of themselves. Your feet click softly on stone that feels older than memory. There's something dripping, not constantly, just enough to mark time in a way that forgets seconds. Drip, drip, but never when you expect it. The sound is a breath behind your own. You pass an open archway, and the temperature changes. Not colder, not warmer, just different. As if the air was recently inhabited and hasn't yet remembered how to be empty. And in this new space, the silence changes too. It thickens, clings. No longer the absence of sound, but a kind of sound in itself. The kind that vibrates inside your jaw, makes your teeth itch with memory. Then a noise, sudden but not sharp. A door closing maybe, or a chair shifting across stone. You can't tell the direction. The sound folds in on itself, like a scream held underwater. You pause, because movement feels disrespectful here, like stepping on a hymn. The voices hush, even the cruel ones, as if they too are waiting for something. A hallway appears, not from the shadows, but from decision. You notice it because you need a way forward, and so it arrives. Narrow, almost too narrow. The kind of corridor that would feel crowded, even if you were alone in it. You walk with shoulders turned slightly, as though the space might breathe in and crush you if you stand too tall. The walls here are lined with something that absorbs sound. Not fabric, not foam. Something older. Something like regret. You try to breathe quietly, but breath is not loyal. It rasps when it should whisper. It stumbles where it should glide. The further in you go, the more each breath feels like betrayal. The voices don't speak here, not because they are gone, but because they're listening too. You can feel them pressing against the inside of your ears, curious, coiled, waiting. And then, a tone, high, clear, a single chime suspended in air with no origin, no vibration, no decay. It doesn't build, it just is, like the memory of a bell, not the bell itself. You follow it, not because you want to, but because it pulls, like gravity does, like sorrow does. Each step rings louder than the last, not underfoot, but within, as though your own bones are making music, and the music isn't yours. A door awaits, half ajar, like a thought unfinished. You push it open, and the world inside is entirely wrong. The room is circular, though it shouldn't be. You are heading in a straight line. The ceiling curves low, but never touches. There is no furniture, no color, no air, just sound. Dripping again. But this time it's inside your head. A tick just behind the eyes, syncopated with your pulse. You blink, and it changes. Not the rhythm, the tone. Now it's a whisper, but not a voice. A suggestion. The kind of noise a thought makes when it's too afraid to become words. It trails along the wall like ivy, creeping, curling, spreading. You try not to follow it, but your body moves anyway. A loop, a circuit. You walk the edge of the room once, then again, and the sound grows more layered. Now it's breathing, not yours. Shallow, repetitive, like someone too afraid to let their breath go stale. You stop. It doesn't. You turn, slowly, and the sound stops too, but only for a second. Then it starts again, just behind you. You don't move this time. And still, the sound circles, as if it's walking around you, watching you not with eyes, but with silence. It doesn't speak. It never speaks. But it wants something. And in that moment, you realize the silence here isn't natural. It's built, layered, crafted by something that needed the quiet to survive. It has corners. It has walls. It has rules. And you have broken one. You step back. The sound steps forward. The breath quickens. Yours or not, you can't say. The whispers rise, not as words, but as weight. A pressure at the base of your skull. A hum just beneath thought. And you understand, dimly, that this place isn't testing what you hear. It's testing what you refuse to. A door appears, not in the wall, but in your vision. A suggestion of exit. You move toward it. The silence holds. You step through, and suddenly it's gone. All of it. The sound, the whispers, the pressure. Gone. And what replaces it is somehow worse. True silence. Not the hush of anticipation. Not the calm between thoughts. But absolute silence. The kind that erases even yourself. No footsteps. No breath. Not even the ringing of ears searching for something to cling to. Just void. And in that void, you feel yourself come apart. Not all at once. Slowly. Thought by thought. Piece by piece. Until what remains is just movement. A body gliding through a world that refuses to make noise. You don't know how long it lasts. You stop counting time. Eventually, the sound returns. Gently. A wind through grass. A sigh through wood. A memory of water brushing against shore. The world builds itself again, carefully. Not for your comfort, but because it has decided to allow you back. The door ahead no longer hides. It waits. Patient. Still. You pass through it. And the trial is done. Not because you succeeded, but because the silence has finished with you. And as you walk forward, not triumphant, just changed, the voices return, soft and cautious. Not to celebrate, not to explain, but to remind you. Some silences were never meant to be broken. Some were built to hold you. And some never leave, even after the sound comes back. Behind you, the quiet still breathes. Ahead, a wind stirs. And somewhere between them, your heartbeat resumes. The silence from before does not follow you. It remains behind like a peeled skin, translucent, forgotten, still faintly shaped like you. Here, the quiet is different. Not absence, not peace, but something crackling just beneath the ribs of the world. It's not loud, not yet. It waits, like breath held in the lungs of a person who forgot how to exhale. The path coils ahead of you, ash-dusted and narrow, hemmed in by wooden walls scorched black at their edges, as though the air itself has memory, and fire was its most fluent language. The ground is soft with dust, but it smells like something older, scorched herbs and wet hair, burned thatch and the ghost of meat. Not flesh, not exactly, but the kind of scent that makes your teeth ache and your stomach recoil without reason. You step lightly, as if your feet remember something your mind does not. As if they've walked this trial before. As if every plank beneath you might scream if too much pressure is applied. There are voices again. Not the usual ones. Not quite the sharp hisses or layered whispers you've grown used to curling around your spine. These are broader, deeper, like chants half remembered, sung by mouths long sealed by ash. They do not speak to you. They do not warn. They simply hum, a low resonance behind your ears, vibrating bone and breath and thought alike. It is not comforting. It is not cruel. It simply is. The light changes as you move. It always does, but this time it flickers, not in rhythm, not in pattern. Just the kind of flicker that exists when fire is near, but not visible. Like watching the shadows dance without ever seeing the flame. You begin to wonder if you are the one burning. If the heat behind your eyes is memory or madness. If the sweat beating along your jaw is from exertion, or simply the body recognizing that it may not be permitted to survive this. Wood groans, not loud, just enough to draw your eyes toward a narrow doorway warped from age and heat. Beyond it, the corridor narrows, bowing inward slightly, like the house is breathing in. You step through, and the air presses close, not choking, but thick, like soup, like fog soaked in blood and soot. Your fingers trail the wall unconsciously. The timber is tacky. not wet, but clinging, like it resents being touched. You draw your hand back, and the heat follows it, crawling up your wrist like regret. You see it before you feel it, the distant shimmer, the wavering light that says, "Here is flame. Here is the test. Here is the part where you forget how to breathe and remember how to burn." The voices in your mind sharpen, not louder, but more urgent, as if they too are singed, as if they've grown wary of what comes next. Some murmur for you to run, some plead for you to stop, but the one that sounds like a memory of Dillian simply says your name, not loud, not firm, just there, and it steadies you. The fire doesn't come all at once. That would be a mercy. Instead, it creeps, a slow birth of heat along the floorboards, as though the path itself has been lit from beneath by something ancient and cruel. It spreads with dignity, with purpose. Flames licking up walls, chasing shadow into corners, breathing their own red rhythm into every crack and crevice of the corridor. You move, not because you are ready, but because not moving has ceased to be an option. The floor behind you is vanishing into black and orange and smoke. Your lungs betray you before your courage does. Each inhale is a choice between pain and panic. The smoke tastes like old wool and old grief, thick, scratchy, sour with memory. You duck low, instinct guiding you even as your vision blurs, and your fingers search blindly for the door you hope still exists. The wood beneath your palms is hot, blistering, but it is still there, still real, still enough. The world tilts sideways as you push through, the air clearing just enough to let you cough yourself raw. The next room is not safer. It is just different. The fire has not claimed it yet, but the heat has. It crouches in the corners like a feral thing, watching, waiting. A trial paused mid-thought, a threat with its mouth half open. You move slowly here. Every step feels like it might wake something that should stay sleeping. Then the sound returns, not the voices, not the chant, but the fire itself. A roar now, not physical, not located, but everywhere, in your ears, behind your eyes. It's not the sound of flame devouring wood. It's the sound of flame remembering what it means to consume. It grows louder the further you go, yet never closer. A paradox of proximity. You are inside it, yet it is still ahead. There are doors, but none of them open. There are walls, but none of them hold. Everything in this place feels temporary, like a stage set for a dream someone gave up on finishing. You walk anyway. That's what this has always been, hasn't it? Not a journey, a persistence, a forward motion through landscapes shaped more by pain than geography. You are not here to win. You are here to withstand. At the end of the corridor, the fire waits. Not spread, not wild, just there. A wall of heat, not flame, rippling in place. You stand before it and wonder if this is the part where you surrender. The part where your skin forgets itself, where your voice curls into a scream that never leaves your throat. But then the voices hush, all of them, and for a single aching moment, the fire flickers, like recognition, like it sees you, and decides you may pass. You step through. The heat does not vanish, but it allows you. The flame bows back, not extinguished, but parted, as though it was never meant to destroy you, only to remind you what destruction feels like. The other side is not cool, but it is calmer. Smoke drifts lazily instead of curling with intent. Light filters through in scattered beams, falling on stone and broken timber. And something else. A mark. Not on the wall, not on the floor, but in you. A change. You feel it. Not pain, not pride, but something between. A residue of fire that clings to your bones long after the heat has passed. You are not unburnt. You are not purified. You are simply altered. Your breath is loud now, not ragged, just present, like the air has finally decided to return to you. The voices return too, but quieter, reflective. They do not taunt. They do not warn. They hum again, like before, but softer now, as if they too have been scorched into reverence. You take one step, then another. The floor no longer groans, the walls no longer whisper. You are alone again, not truly, but deeply. And that, for now, is enough. Somewhere behind you, the fire recedes with a long, slow breath, as if satisfied. And the smell of smoke lingers, soft and stubborn, curling into the folds of your hair and staying. The smell of smoke doesn't follow you. It settles inside you, low in your lungs, folded in the damp cloth of memory like a fire that has stopped burning but still knows how. You move forward as though you've been emptied of something, though it's not clear what. A sound? A name? A pulse that once reminded you you were real? The floor beneath you is firmer now, less scorched, more patient. The heat no longer presses from below, but you feel its ghost in your bones, like walking after a fever, when the world feels clearer, but your body doesn't quite trust it yet. The corridor curves again, too smoothly, too knowingly, like it has shaped itself around your past. Ahead, the light loses its golden edge and falls into a more familiar gloom. This is not darkness. This is the color of old wood soaked with sorrow, of a silence that knows your voice, of walls that remember you. You recognize the shift long before the house reveals itself. You recognize the ache behind your ribs, the way your feet hesitate, the small tremble in your left hand, the one that used to clutch a hand you can't hold anymore. You know this place, even before the door appears. Even before the frame widens into a threshold you cannot pass without forgetting something essential. Even before the walls lean inward like breath held by a building trying not to weep. It isn't a house, not really. It's a wound shaped like one. A memory nailed together with beams and guilt. A structure rebuilt every time you swore you wouldn't come back. And yet, here you are again, like a name whispered in a room that has already forgotten it. You step inside, and the air changes. There is no dust, no decay. No decay because nothing has truly died here. Not completely. Only shifted. Only settled. Only become part of the timber. Rested on, like a path you should have never retraced. Light filters through the slats in the walls. Not sunlight. Something paler. Something left behind by light. It lays across the floor in ribbons, sharp-edged, but quiet. The quiet here is not absence. It's presence. Listening, waiting, the kind that pulls at your clothes, not to stop you, but to ask why. Why are you here? You move forward anyway, past the arch where the curtain used to be, past the place where a stool once stood, worn down by long evenings and stories that were never finished, past the shadow of a hearth that never held enough warmth, and into the room that always hurt the most. The table is gone, but its shape remains in the discoloration of the floor, a ghost in grain. You stare at it longer than you mean to, not because you expect to see him there, not exactly, but because sometimes the heart still believes it can conjure what it misses most. The smell of his hair, the curve of his jaw in firelight, the way his hands looked when they held yours without hesitation, like they'd done it in every life. But the table is gone, and the hands are ash, and the fire doesn't live here anymore. The room is silent, but not still. There's something behind the silence, a tension, a pressure against your eardrums, like breath trapped behind a closed mouth, a thought too loud to be spoken. The voices rise then, not in volume, but in weight. They slip around your spine like cold fingers, reminding you of what was said here, what was lost here, what was broken before it could even be named. They do not scream. They do not taunt. They murmur, like water beneath a frozen stream, persistent and patient, like they know they don't need to shout anymore. You already carry them. You walk to the far corner, the place where the shadows gather thickest. There's something there, a box, a bundle, a shape covered in old cloth. You crouch, knees creaking like the timbers, and reach for it. Your fingers hesitate just before contact, because you know, you always know. Under that cloth is something that remembers you. A mirror, perhaps, or a mask, or something that holds the shape of your face the way it used to be. You touch it, and the cloth peels away like skin too long in the cold. It's not a mirror. It's not a face. It's a memory, wrapped in bone and twine. A child's toy, maybe, or a talisman, or just something he once touched, something ordinary, made sacred by grief. You hold it, and it hums faintly in your palm, not with sound, with memory. You don't remember the story, but your chest aches like you do. There's a crack in the wall now. You didn't notice it before. It wasn't there. It was always there. You step toward it, the object still in your hand, and press your palm against the splintered wood. It yields slightly, just enough to show you the shape of the next room. Smaller, darker. A child's room. Yours. The air changes again. Thicker. Tighter. You remember this room, though it never felt like it belonged to you. A bed too small. A window that never opened. A rug that never warmed your feet. And her voice. Not shouting. Not cruel. Just disappointed. Always disappointed. You don't see her. You never do. But her presence is stronger here than anywhere else. In the shadows that linger just a breath too long. In the cold that clings to the mattress. In the way your heart curls inward like a leaf touched by frost. The voices rise again, not hers, but echoes shaped like her. They repeat things you've tried not to remember, words meant to protect, but twisted sharp in the mouth. You hear your name, not gently. You hear the word curse. You hear the word mad, and you breathe through it, slow and deep, like drawing air through a wound. You sit on the edge of the bed. The frame doesn't sag. The sheets do not shift. Everything here is frozen in the shape of your fear. You grip the thing in your hand tighter. It is the only warm thing, the only real thing. You let your eyes close, not to sleep, but to survive. And the room tilts slightly around you, like the world is holding its breath, like the house is remembering what it did. Then a sound. Software rhythmic. Wood. Footsteps. Number A heartbeat. Your own. Or not. You stand. The walls are too close now. The air too thin. The door you entered through has vanished. Or perhaps it was never there. You walk toward the window, though it isn't a way out. You press your forehead to the glass, though it doesn't let light through. And you whisper his name. Just once. Just enough. And the house exhales. The crack in the wall widens. A beam of light. Actual light. Pale and patient. You walk toward it. Not with hope. With endurance. With the kind of strength that knows it won't be rewarded. Only necessary. The room lets go of you slowly. Reluctantly. Like a hand that didn't want to stop holding on, but knew it had to. You pass through the crack, and the air changes again. Cleaner, cooler, far from safe, but far enough. Behind you, the house closes itself. No slam, no collapse. Just a soft creak as memory folds itself back into place, waiting to be lived again some other time. And around your fingers, the talisman warms gently, as if it too remembers who you were. The ground softens beneath your steps, but not in a way that welcomes. It yields like something half forgotten, not quite earth, not quite memory, and your feet sink just slightly, as if the land itself is breathing out old sorrow. The fog doesn't lift here. It gathers. It thickens. It kneels at your ankles and murmurs up toward your ribs with the cold insistence of something that doesn't want you to leave once you arrive. You don't remember when the trees started leaning. Perhaps they always were, bent not by weather or time, but by something older. Grief that calcified into bark and bone. They curve inward, not to shade or protect, but to witness. And the one at the center, taller, darker, more still than any of them, does not simply grow. It waits. You feel it before you see it, like walking into a room where someone was just weeping. You can taste the salt on the air, but no one claims it. The tree that holds the dead is not named aloud. The voices, when they rise, call it nothing. They fall quiet around it, or speak in echoes that are not their own. It is not marked. It needs no markings. The roots have grown around offerings and remnants, around bones that no longer resist the weight of soil. And hanging from its limbs, softly swaying though there is no wind, are memories, not just of others, but of you. You do not cry. The body forgets how in places like this, your hand reaches for the trunk not to touch it, but to confirm that it is real. You half expect it to vanish, like all things that carry too much truth. But it does not. The bark is coarse under your palm, and warm, strangely warm, as if something inside it still lives, as if sorrow can keep a pulse. There is no sign of the sword, not at first, only silence. Not the peaceful kind, but the kind that grows teeth, the kind that looks at you from beneath the branches and does not blink. You take another step, and the world feels thinner, as if the air has been stretched too far over too many memories. You feel the snap of a branch beneath your boot, but it sounds far away, a memory of a sound, rather than the sound itself. Then you see it. It's not waiting for you. It isn't resting in ceremony. The blade, grammar, leans against the base of the tree as if someone forgot it there, like an afterthought. But you know better. You feel the weight of its presence before you even kneel. You lower yourself slowly, not in reverence, but because your knees are unsure. The act of kneeling becomes its own kind of truth. You remember other times you've knelt, not to pray, not to beg, but to grieve. The sword gleams not with light, but with memory. You do not lift it. It recognizes you first. It hums, not with sound, but with understanding. It is a question more than a weapon. How much more are you willing to carry? Your fingers close around the hilt, and it is not cold. It does not resist. It settles into your hand like it has been there before, like the grip was molded in another life, in another layer of this same grief. The moment stretches. The tree does not move. The forest holds its breath. You are still kneeling, but something inside you rises. The voices murmur, but not with warning. They seem distant now, not gone, just hushed, as if even they understand that this is not their moment. It's yours, and hers. The sword is not a gift. It is a reminder of the things you've lost, of the things you will still lose. The blade does not shimmer with power. It bears no runes. It is not magical in the way legends would have you believe. But it is sharp. Sharp in the way memory can be. Sharp in the way truth always is. You rise slowly, the hilt steady in your hand. The weight of it is familiar, heavy, but not burdensome. It does not promise victory. It promises the ability to keep walking. A crow lands on one of the low branches, startling nothing. Its feathers glint blue in the fog light, and its eyes find yours. For a moment it watches. Then it turns its head toward the path behind you, or ahead. There are no real directions in places like this, only choices that feel like echoes. You take a breath that doesn't help. Behind you, the roots curl tighter around the fragments of the past, not to hold them prisoner, but to cradle them. The dead are not forgotten here. They are kept, not in honor, not in fear, just kept. You walk, slowly, not away from the tree, but into the silence it leaves behind. The sword is light against your back, but the questions it carries are not. You do not look back. The voices stay behind for a few steps longer, whispering something that you do not understand. Or maybe you do. Maybe you just don't want to. The path does not clear. It does not invite. It simply continues, like it always has. The mist parts just enough for your body, never enough for your mind. You keep walking anyway. There is no triumph here, no crescendo. Just a slow breath, a warm blade, and the kind of silence that knows your name. And behind you, the tree holds what it always has, the things you could not carry, but never truly left behind. The light shifts, barely, like a dying fire turning over one last coal, and the forest watches you go. You leave the tree behind, but it doesn't leave you. The weight of it lingers in your lungs like smoke that never thickened enough to be seen, only tasted. The sword rests at your back, but it is not a trophy. It does not gleam with triumph. It hums, quietly, steadily, like the memory of something sharp that once lived inside you and decided to stay. The path twists in ways your feet no longer question. You move not as someone who is guided, but as someone whose body remembers before the mind does. The world here is ash and light and something softer in between. Roots claw out from the soil like questions you haven't asked yet. Branches lean in. The air smells of damp things drying too slowly, like cloth left near a fire long after the fire has gone out. Grammar does not ask anything of you. It waits. And in the waiting, you feel what it is made of. Not metal, not myth, but pain forged so thoroughly it turned into form. You grip it now and then, without reason, just to remind your hand that it still belongs to you. The hilt presses into your palm like a thought you cannot forget, no matter how softly it presents itself. When you stop walking, it is not because the path ends. It is because the silence deepens, not into danger, but into decision. Ahead, stones jut from the ground, not arranged, but placed, by time or wind, or hands that shook too much to make them even. They encircle a space that feels like a breath held too long. You know this place, not in name, but in ache. The sword is not finished, not yet. You step into the circle, and something shifts. Not the air, not the ground. Something within. A slow sinking, like settling into water just warm enough to mimic your own skin. Your grip tightens. The voices murmur, not as warnings, but as witnesses. They do not speak of what's coming. They speak of what came before. Your pain. Not the pain of blade or bruise, but the deeper kind. The one that settled inside you and refused to rot. The kind that shaped your bones when you weren't looking. Grammar was not forged by fire alone. It was born in the moments you couldn't bear and didn't break. Not completely. The first memory surfaces without ceremony. It doesn't announce itself. It slides behind your eyes and reshapes the light. Your mother's voice, barely more than wind, saying your name as though it was both a blessing and an apology. Her hands, worn, kind, trembling, brushing ash from your cheek as if to erase something she couldn't name. Grammar warms slightly in your grip. The second memory crawls in sharper. A room too quiet. A door not slammed, but left open just wide enough to let the cold in. Shadows where a father should be. Silence where answers should have lived. You feel the sting, not of the memory, but of the way you swallowed it. How you taught yourself not to speak of it. How silence became a language. Grammar tightens, not in weight, but in presence. Then Dillion. Not the loss, the laughter, the way he stood in the light without shame, like someone who had never learned to flinch. The way he looked at you and saw not what was broken, but what was still breathing. The way you let that look make a home inside you. Even now, it flickers, not like fire, like memory pretending to be light. The sword stirs. You don't move. You stand still in the center of this stone-ringed place, surrounded by the fragments of what made you. The wind picks up, slow and wide, the kind that moves not through space but through story. The world doesn't blur. It folds. You are no longer standing. You are kneeling. You are younger, or older, or both. Your hands are empty. and then full. A blade is being formed, not in the fire beside you, but in the heat of everything you've tried to forget. It burns, but not like flame. It burns like memory. Your arms ache, not from weight, but from holding things you never should have had to carry. Your back bends, your fingers tremble, your breath is uneven, but you do not let go. Not because you are strong, but because there is no longer any place inside you for surrender. Grammar finds its final shape, not with a clang, not with sparks, with stillness. It cools in your grasp like something that was always waiting for the right hands to hold it. The metal does not shine. It reflects nothing. It absorbs. You rise again, slowly. Nothing triumphant, only necessary. The voices do not cheer. They do not celebrate. They whisper the way fire whispers in the bones of dying wood. You step outside the ring. The world does not change, but it notices. The path unfolds in silence. The fog has thinned, but not vanished. It knows better than to leave you completely. You walk again, and this time, grammar walks with you, not as a tool, not as a curse, but as something forged from what you could not outrun. The forest parts slightly ahead, not an opening, a pause, the kind of pause a heart makes when it sees something familiar and does not yet know why it's afraid. But you keep walking, because there is no other direction. Because the sword does not pull you forward, it allows you to continue. The weight of your past no longer drags. It anchors. It steadies. It tells you, this is the shape of who you are now. And it does not apologize for the jaggedness of that shape. You breathe in the damp, the earth, the quiet. And for a moment, just a moment, the pain feels like something you could almost thank. A crow stirs on a branch above, its wings shifting with the faintest rattle. The sound is not startling. It's soft. Like the turn of a page, the sword at your back grows still, and the wind carries nothing but your breath. The crow's wings fade behind you like the last sentence of a forgotten prayer. The forest exhales, not with relief, but with release. It has kept its part in your journey. Now it lets you go. The earth beneath your feet stiffens, turns to something less forgiving, less soft. The moss withdraws. The roots do not reach for you here. The quiet becomes hollow, and the air begins to thin. The sword is with you. Grammar, still warm, still watching. It does not glow. It does not guide. But it steadies the part of you that still remembers how to fall without breaking. The path no longer feels like a path. It feels like a decision that someone else made, long before you could protest. The rocks are old here, not just by years, but by forgetting. Their edges are worn into shapes no one named, their surfaces slick with time rather than water. You do not look down because it no longer matters where your feet land. The ground is becoming metaphor, a suggestion. There is a crack in the cliffside ahead, not an opening, not an invitation, just a wound in the rock that has stopped trying to heal. It breathes a kind of dark you recognize, not with your eyes, but with something behind your ribs. You do not hesitate. Not because you are brave, but because there is no longer any direction left except down. You step in, and the light fades behind you like a memory losing its color. It does not blink out. It recedes, slowly, lovingly. It wants you to know it tried. Inside, the air is old, not stale, not damp, just weary, like it's been waiting too long to be breathed again. The walls are narrow. The stone whispers as you brush against it, not in language, but in recognition. You have passed through places like this before, in dream, in thought, in grief. The descent begins not with a stair or a slope, but with a forgetting. You lose count of your steps before you've taken 3. Voices flicker at the edge of hearing, not the ones that doubt, not the ones that mock. These ones are lower, thicker, like roots that speak in their sleep. They do not try to frighten. They murmur truths you already knew. That time here is not linear, that the floor is not solid, that you are not entirely yourself anymore, and that's okay. The tunnel opens gradually, like an apology. The space expands, and the stone around you gives way to something wider, colder. A chamber not built, but carved by something that didn't care to make it beautiful. There is a silence here that feels deeper than absence. It is the kind that settles inside your bones and rearranges your marrow. A silence that doesn't wait to be broken. It waits to be remembered. You pause, not to rest, to listen. Water drips somewhere, slow and steady. It does not echo. It lands on something too soft to reply. The ground beneath you is no longer stone. It's a layer of something darker, something layered and soft and ancient. Not ash, not mud. Memory, maybe, pressed and folded until it became earth again. The descent continues. There is no edge, no drop, just the sensation of being beneath things that were never meant to be seen from underneath. Walls pulse gently, not visibly, but in rhythm, like a distant heartbeat you cannot place. Your own, perhaps, or something older. You keep walking. You pass markings on the walls, not runes, not drawings. Scratches, smears, indentations, shapes that may have once meant something to someone. Now they are just impressions, echoes of a language that dissolved before sound was born. You do not try to read them. You feel them with your shoulder as you pass. They feel like grief. There is a doorway ahead, or the idea of one. It's not carved. It's just where the wall stops being wall and becomes something else, something deeper. There's a warmth on the other side, but not comforting. The kind of warmth that comes from too many breathless things in one place. The kind of warmth that fogs metal, but never melts it. You step through, and the descent is no longer metaphor. It is real. The slope angles, your legs adjust. Your spine folds inward slightly, like a leaf curling under heat. The light changes, not darker, just more aware of itself. It flickers without source, hangs in the air like a memory of fire that's been forgotten by the flame. You see shapes now, hints of figures, not moving, not threatening, just existing, barely, as if caught between moments. Some hunch against the walls, some kneel in corners, some stand with heads tilted in directions that no longer make sense. They do not watch you, they remember you. Your breath is shallow, not from fear, from reverence. You do not speak. You couldn't if you tried. The air has grown thick with unspoken things, the kind of silence that only breaks once and never quite heals afterward. Grammar hums faintly at your back. Not alarm, not warning, recognition. There is a sound, like stone grinding against memory, something further below, a low, distant churn, like the belly of the world remembering its first ache. You follow it, not with steps, with surrender. The slope deepens. The pressure in your ears changes. Something tightens behind your eyes. You feel the passage narrow again, walls folding closer. They do not crush. They hold, like hands around a trembling thing. The air grows warmer still, but without fire. Heat from presence, from density, from story. And then, stillness. The path flattens. You are inside something vast, a chamber without ceiling, but also without sky. The darkness here is not emptiness. It is crowded. It breathes, slowly, like something asleep, like something dreaming of teeth. You stop walking. You are not alone. You do not see. You feel, not touch, not breath. Pressure, presence. A great shape, coiled or spread or simply existing beyond comprehension. You cannot look directly at it. Your eyes do not disobey. They forget. And still, you remain. The descent has stopped, but you are not where you were. You are beneath understanding, beneath language, beneath the part of the world that pretends to make sense. You do not speak to the presence, but something inside you answers anyway. A memory, not yours. A voice, not spoken. A sensation, soft and searing. And in that moment, you understand. This thing, this place, this breathless stillness, it is not hell. It is what came before. It is the ache that birthed stories like hell, because people needed something smaller to be afraid of. You do not run. You do not kneel. You stand. Because even here in this unspeakable deep, your sorrow does not flinch. And that makes you equal to it, if only for a moment. The thing does not attack. It remembers. You. Or something like you. It sees the blade. It sees the girl behind your eyes. It sees the choices and the burdens and the voices and the shaking and the persistence. It sees everything you lost. And then it exhales. The chamber sighs and the air shifts. The heat lessens. The pressure releases. The silence recedes like a tide. You are alone again, but different. You turn. The path has returned. The way upward is not clearer, just possible. Grammar rests against your back like a memory of strength. And in your lungs, a breath you didn't know you'd been holding softens and lets go. Behind you, the dark remains, but it no longer pulses. It only watches. Quiet now. Still. Remembering. The breath you let go of lingers behind you like mist, curling along the stone, reluctant to release what it has touched. You move forward, not because you must, not anymore, but because the air has shifted and the silence behind you is no longer yours to belong to. The deep has seen you, measured you, exhaled through you, and now it asks that you continue. So you do, slowly, heavily, reverently. The path narrows again, as if pulling back into itself, not with resistance, but with knowing. The rock here is smoother, slicker, but not wet, worn by movement rather than moisture, as if the world itself has paced this corridor, back and forth, with all the patience of something immortal and angry. The darkness clings to the walls in patches now, like the remnants of breathless things, and the torchlight, if you have one, doesn't flicker. It holds steady, still, almost afraid to move. You listen, but what you hear isn't sound. It's vibration, deep, low, somewhere beneath the bones of the world, a kind of rhythmic shudder that doesn't reach the surface, but lingers somewhere in the marrow, a distant rumble that isn't quite thunder and isn't quite breath. It's something in between, something waiting. You press forward. The walls begin to change, not dramatically, just enough that the stone loses its intention. The corridor forgets its shape. You are no longer walking down a passage. You are being funneled, inward, downward, into something less designed and more grown. The walls pulse softly now, not visibly, not with light, but with presence, like lungs expanding, like a throat swallowing, not fast, not urgent, but inevitable. And still you do not stop. The air grows thicker. Not hotter, not colder, just more full. It presses gently against your skin, clings to your clothes, curls into your mouth as you breathe. It tastes of copper and time, old metal, forgotten blood, something too ancient to name. The voices murmur again, not in fear, not in warning, but in awe. Even they grow quiet, reverent, before the shape ahead, because the space is no longer empty. It hasn't been for some time. You felt it first as a pressure, then a rhythm, and now as sound, faint, drawn-out exhalations that echo only in the heart, not in the ears. Something large is here, not near, not far, just present. Something heavy and hungry and deeply, terribly old. Fenrir. You do not say the name. You do not need to. It has been breathing through the stone for longer than you've been alive, longer than your ancestors had language. It pulses through the floor now, a slow, shuddering thump, not unlike a heartbeat, but deeper, as though the wolf is not resting, but waiting, listening, and dreaming. You descend, not stairs, not a slope, just movement downward, as though the path has forgotten gravity and learned instead how to fold time. The air gets darker, but not with the absence of light, with the weight of something watching, something curled in shadow, its spine looped around the hollow places in the world. And then you hear it. Not a roar, not a growl, not even a breath. A sigh, long, drawn, woven from dust and teeth. It passes over you like the wind of an unseen train, warm and fetid and full of memory. You do not flinch. There is no point. If it wanted you, you would already be inside it. The chamber expands again. You do not see the ceiling. You do not see the walls. Only the floor remains, slick and alive beneath your boots. You walk with care, not out of fear, but out of respect. Every step echoes like a thought you wish you hadn't had. Shapes emerge in the dark, not bodies, not stones, bones, great ribs bent like arches, a jaw shattered and spread across the earth like a warning, claws embedded in the walls, twitching gently as though dreaming of flight, and a tail, or what remains of it, coiled in such loops that your eye cannot trace the beginning from the end. Fenrir does not move, but Fenrir knows. You are not here to fight. That much is clear. You are not even here to pass judgment. You are here to understand, to stand before a thing too large to be slain, too buried to be freed, and feel what it means to be part of something this ancient, this mournful, because there is sorrow here, deep and slow and heavy, the sorrow of something betrayed, bound, silenced, not by one person, but by story itself. You feel it in your chest, behind your eyes, in the slow tightening of your fingers around Grammar's hilt. Not to draw, just to remember. The whispers return, not frantic, not sharp, just present. They spiral around your head like moths drawn to the heat of a dying fire. They say nothing useful, nothing helpful, just fragments, regrets, names, echoes. You let them pass through you. The wolf shifts. Not much. Just enough that the air vibrates again. The bones creak. The pulse grows louder. You feel it in your knees, in your teeth, and then you see it. Not all of it. Never all of it. Just the eye. One, half-lidded, glowing not with malice but with age. It does not see you, not directly, but it registers you, marks you, holds you in the loose threads of a dream. You bow your head, though no one asks you to. Because even asleep, Fenrir is more than myth. It is despair, bound, breathing, and somehow still alive. You move again. Not away, not toward, just around, as though circling the center of something you dare not look at directly. The ground changes, no longer just stone. There are markings now, claw marks etched in spirals, runic impressions smeared into the earth as if scrawled in pain rather than intention. They hum faintly, soft enough not to hear, strong enough that your bones feel them. The weight grows heavier. Not your body, your memory. Because now the whispers are not just whispers. They are stories. Yours. Twisted. Mourned. Played back through unfamiliar mouths. Your mother's scream, distorted. Dillion's laugh, slowed and broken. The moment you turned away. The moment you didn't turn fast enough. Every second you tried and failed and kept going. The walls pulse with it. You stop again. And now, there is breath. Real. Close. You are not alone. Not just watched. Known. Fenrir exhales again. Not violently. Just enough that the flame at your side flickers for the first time since you entered. Just enough that the back of your neck grows warm. Just enough that your hands begin to tremble, not from fear, but from recognition. Because somewhere, long ago, you've felt this before. Not in this shape, not in this chamber, but in your own heartbeat. When the world closed in, when the voices got too loud, when you forgot which parts of you were yours and which belonged to the darkness. This is that feeling, given form, given ribs, given teeth and sorrow, and a name whispered too many times through legend. Fenrir, the beast beneath all fear. You take a step, not forward, just away from where you were, and the pulse softens, the breath fades, the whispers settle. You do not look back, not because it's forbidden, because it would be too much knowing, too much being seen. The path begins to rise now, not steeply, not quickly, but with purpose, and behind you, the great shape sleeps once more, bound, breathing, remembering, waiting. You step into the hush of upward silence. The light does not return, but the darkness begins to feel less crowded. And ahead, a door, not made of wood, not made of stone, just space, where once there was only weight, and through it, something colder, but clearer. You pass through, and the chamber behind you seals with no sound at all, only a pulse that slows until it fades. The last hallway uncoils behind you like an old memory you didn't mean to touch. Not painful exactly, just long, just layered with too many footsteps that aren't yours, but still somehow weigh on you. The shadows have followed you in silence, pressing close but not yet touching. Ahead, the corridor narrows, not from design, but from decay. The walls are slanted now, like a house trying to remember how to hold itself together. And the dust. The dust falls in ways that make you think of snow or breath or old voices breaking apart in the throat. You step through a doorway that doesn't squeak, doesn't resist. It opens like it's done this before, too many times. The room you enter is not large. It is not small. It simply is. It's a room built by the absence of clocks, a space that never learned how to move forward. The light leaking through the cracks is pale, the color of old parchment or forgotten teeth. It does not flicker. It does not change. It only waits. There are things here, but they are not things. Not really. A chair turned slightly sideways, a curtain that never learned to sway, a mirror that holds no reflection, only a faint suggestion of heat. You move through it all like you're underwater, slow, floating, every step muffled by the weight of what isn't being said. The floor does not creak beneath you. Even the wood has forgotten how to remember sound. And yet, sound finds you, in breaths, in echoes that do not follow your footsteps, but instead precede them. You hear something shift in the far corner, not sharp, not urgent, just the sound of a presence deciding not to hide anymore. You do not look, not yet. Instead, your eyes trace the strange stains along the baseboards, patterns that might be words or maps or veins. Everything here seems written by something too tired to finish its sentence. In the center of the room, there is a space where a table used to be. You don't know how you know that. You just do. You feel its absence like a bruise, round, dull, unhealed. The dust here is thinner, disturbed not by footsteps but by memory. You imagine the shape of hands once placed there, fingers twitching, breath hitching, a plate, a blade, a book. None of it matters. What matters is the impression, the ghost of weight that still sinks into the air like a sigh left behind. Time has gotten stuck here, not by accident, but by decision. Something chose to stop moving. Something decided that this was far enough. You feel it in your lungs as you breathe in and forget to exhale. You feel it in your spine, a stiffness that doesn't come from fatigue, but from recognition. This is a room that has been waiting for you, but not because it missed you, because it remembers you, or a version of you, or the thing you left behind when you stopped believing you'd survive. You turn slowly, not because you're afraid, but because you're trying not to disturb whatever pact this room has made with itself. The corner that shifted earlier is no longer empty. But it was never empty, was it? There is something there. Someone. Not a figure. Not a shape. Just a heaviness in the air that hums low and constant, like an instrument not quite tuned. You do not speak to it. You do not need to. It already knows your name. It's just waiting to hear how you say it now. There's a shelf here too, crooked, straining, holding up objects that might once have been important. A cracked bowl, a strip of leather, a figurine with its face rubbed smooth. Each item is a sentence without punctuation. You reach toward them, not to touch, but to acknowledge. They hum, faintly, or perhaps that's your own pulse reflected back at you. And then, the floor. You see it now. A trapdoor? Numbered just boards. Boards with seams that whisper the possibility of opening. You feel the invitation in your toes, but it does not call you downward. It calls you inward, the way a deep thought draws you toward it, not to solve it, but to drown in its weight. You kneel. The floor is cool, damp. Breathing? You're not sure. The grain of the wood looks like veins, like roots, like branches of decisions you never finished making. A soft gust stirs your hair. There are no windows open, and yet you smell something. Not fresh, not rotten, something in between, like pages that were once wet, like fruit that's just past ripe, like breath that's been held too long. It fills the room, presses against the corners, lingers in the hollow of your collarbone. You want to speak, but the words gather thickly behind your teeth. The silence here is not empty. It's saturated. You finally sit, not from exhaustion, from resignation, the kind that feels like sinking into a bath of warm forgetfulness. You listen, really listen, and what you hear is everything this room has been trying to say for years. Things without syllables, without grammar, just shape and shadow and weight. A lullaby hummed through cracked plaster, a scream that curled itself into dust. Laughter so old it doesn't remember what made it laugh. This is not a haunted room. It is a grieving one. You reach out, not to change anything, just to offer your presence. The dust does not retreat. The air does not shift. But something recognizes the offering. Something in the bones of the place exhales, just slightly. And you understand then. This room was not waiting for you to break it open. It was waiting for someone to sit still long enough to hear how loud stillness can be. The voices, the ones always at the edge of your hearing, do not enter this room. They perch just beyond the doorframe, watching, waiting, maybe even afraid, or maybe reverent. You do not call to them. You do not need their input. Here, your thoughts are soft enough to hear without their translation. Here, even the madness takes a seat. You close your eyes, not to sleep, just to rest from sight. And in that darkness, the room fills you in, detail by detail, scratch by scratch, scar by scar. It becomes part of you, or maybe it always was, a locked place inside your ribs, a bruise behind your sternum, a lull in the rhythm of your stride. You breathe it in, you breathe it out. You do not try to fix it, because some rooms are not meant to be escaped, only understood. And as you rise, your bones slow but willing, the air parts just slightly, not to let you go, but to let you move. You step toward the door again. The voices shift outside. You do not dread them. They will speak again soon. But for now, the silence is yours. Behind you, the room holds its breath, or maybe it exhales. Either way, something is lighter, and the dust settles differently now. The silence lingers like a breath held too long. The room where time got stuck is behind you now, but some part of you stayed, like dust unwilling to follow. You carry the weight forward, not in your arms or on your back, but behind your eyes. And now, as your feet meet the soft squelch of moss-lined stone and the faint scent of wet bark rises to greet you, the world tilts again, not violently, but gently, like a boat turning in a dream. The wind has forgotten how to move quickly. It drifts instead, slow and searching, weaving through strands of your hair and between the folds of your thoughts. The path narrows. Trees close in, not with menace, but with memory. Their branches arch above like ribs grown from stone, and each one whispers something half-heard, something like your name or his. But the voices aren't cruel, not now. They've grown quiet, not gone, only softer, reverent, like they know this is sacred ground. Water appears not all at once, but as a shimmer, a suggestion. First in the air, damp, still, humming. Then in the sound, not a stream, not a river, but something calmer, a pool. And when your feet find the edge, you do not stop. You lower yourself to your knees without instruction, as if your bones remember the motion before your mind does. The surface does not ripple. It waits, smooth as breath, cool as memory, and somewhere beneath that perfect pain, he waits too. You lean closer, and the reflection that greets you is not entirely your own. His face, Dillion, not fully, not sharply. He is not there in the way people are there. He is not solid, but he is there. His eyes, soft with recognition. His mouth, almost smiling. The way it used to when words weren't necessary. The way it did when he saw you before you knew you were being watched. The kind of seeing that touches more than skin. And for a moment, you forget how to breathe. Because he doesn't speak, and you don't move. But everything inside you shifts, like tides dragged by a moon you haven't seen in years. Your fingers hover just above the water, and even that feels loud. You do not break the surface. You do not disturb him. Because this ache, this almost, it's more precious than truth. The reflection is better than the real thing ever was. Because it does not die. Because it cannot leave. The voices murmur again, but they are uncertain. One wonders if he's really there. Another insists he is. A third suggests it doesn't matter. And you believe all of them. You whisper his name, though the air doesn't carry it. It falls instead, like a leaf too heavy for the breeze, and in the stillness that follows he blinks. Only once, but it is enough. Memories flicker behind your eyes, not like visions, not like stories, but like sensation, like the way your chest felt the first time his hand met yours, warm and rough and careful, like the way your voice always softened when it said his name, even when you were angry, like the way he laughed, low and close, like a fire at your back. And now that laugh is gone, but its echo remains. It rings here, not aloud, but through you. You lower your forehead to the water's edge. The moss beneath your knees is damp, but you don't care. It clings to you the way he did. Soft, slow, without asking. You stay like that for a long time, not in grief, not in worship, but in something quieter, something older. And the water listens. Ripples begin to form, not from touch, but from feeling. Your breath trembles, and the mirror breaks. But you do not flinch, because this too is part of him. The scattering, the distortion, the parting of something whole into many pieces. He is all of them. Each ripple is a memory, a fight that didn't need to happen, a joke that still makes you smile, a silence that held more meaning than 1,000 words. Each wave reaches out, fades, returns, like he did, like you still want him to. You think of his hands, the way they built things, repaired, created, never destroyed. And yet the world took him anyway. You hate it for that, but you love him more. A single droplet slides from your nose into the pool, and the ripple that follows is round and clean and wide. His face shifts, blurs, and still, he is beautiful. You wonder what he would say now. Would he tell you to keep going? Would he ask you to let go? Would he even recognize the woman you've become, the one with a sword too heavy and eyes too tired? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe just seeing him, even like this, is enough. You sit back slowly. The moss sighs beneath you. The trees exhale. The air thickens with memory. You look again, but his face is gone. Only your own remains, and even that feels borrowed. Still, the warmth stays. The feeling of having seen him, as if he walked through you on his way to somewhere softer, somewhere he deserves. You press your palm to your chest. It aches, but not like before. This ache is quieter. It does not scream. It hums, like a lullaby sung in a language you barely remember, but still understand. The voices are hushed now, not gone, but reverent. They do not question what you saw. They do not need to, because you carry him with you, in the line of your jaw, in the slope of your shoulders, in the space between heartbeats. And as you rise, slow, deliberate, tender, the water stills behind you. The reflection fades, but the feeling remains. And as you walk, your shadow is not alone. There is a rustle of leaves somewhere to your left, a flicker of wind against your right cheek, the softest suggestion of fingers through hair. You do not turn, you do not speak, but you feel it. You remember. And just before the trees close around you again, the last ripple in the pool catches the light, gold and blue and soft as breath. And then it fades. The water still shivers from where your fingers touched it, though the ripple has faded, and so has the face you thought you saw. Dillion, not gone, not quite present, just beneath the surface, as though grief had a reflection, and you looked too long. So now, the path continues, though it no longer feels like a decision. Your feet carry you because they must. The voices are hushed, not gone, but resting in the hollows of your ears like stones warmed by fire, waiting to cool. And ahead, there is something shaped like a bridge, but not built like one. Not built at all, perhaps. Just placed. It stretches across nothing in particular. A chasm, maybe, though there's no bottom, no clear edge, no echo when your breath slips out. A kind of dark that eats sound before it becomes voice. The bridge begins in silence and offers no promise it ends. Made not of stone or wood, but of remnants, of ribs arched together like cathedral ceilings, of vertebrae lined in mournful rhythm, of shoulder blades placed like forgotten prayers, reaching sideways, always sideways. You do not know whose bones these are. You only know the regret that built them. Each step feels like a trespass, not just against the dead, but against something more fragile. Memory, maybe, or a mercy once extended and now withdrawn. Your soles press against femurs polished smooth by wind and time. Somewhere beneath you, the illusion of depth murmurs. It doesn't threaten, it mourns. 1,000 sighs pressed into the dark like dried flowers into vellum. You listen for them, but they are all too old to be understood, and all too familiar not to recognize. Behind you, the water still clings to the hem of your thoughts, like a farewell not properly said. Ahead, the bridge bends not towards safety, but inevitability. There is no destination, only continuation, only the ache of forward. The voices stir again, not in fear, not in guidance, but in softness. They whisper in questions they never finish, like wind tugging at half-open shutters. Sometimes they say Dillion's name. Sometimes they forget it entirely. Sometimes they say yours, and it sounds unfamiliar. The bones beneath your feet creak, not in protest, in memory. They do not resist your weight. They recognize it. You are not the first to cross. You are not the last. But you are something different. Something with a sorrow so shaped by love it no longer bleeds, just hums. The light here has forgotten its source. It comes from no sun, no fire, no torch. It simply exists, like regret, ambient, impossible to hold. The air smells of salt and dust and faint, sour fear. Not your own, or not just yours. The bridge curves again, left, then left again, like a question unsure of its phrasing. You follow, not with your eyes, but with your breath. Slow, controlled, because rushing feels like betrayal, and hesitating feels like begging. There are things carved into the bones, not runes, not language, just marks, fingernails, claws, the shape of time itself scraping at the frame. You reach out once, just to feel. And the cold seeps not into your hand, but your spine. You don't pull back, not because it doesn't hurt, but because it feels like something you owe. You pause. You haven't meant to. But the bridge stills beneath you, as if it, too, needed a moment to remember why it was here. Your breath fogs gently before your lips, though there's no cold, just condensation from memories too damp to dry. You look down, not through the cracks. There is no between. The bones are joined tight. They hold, even now, even under you. Somewhere far ahead, there is a pulse, not loud, not rhythmic, just present, like a heartbeat remembered rather than heard. You walk toward it, and with each step, something loosens inside you. Not release. Recognition. Like finding the thread of an old song you once hummed through tears. The voices rise, but only slightly. Like old friends sitting closer, still unsure if they're welcome. You wonder how many crossed before you. How many crossed and didn't return. How many crossed not for love or for truth, but because standing still hurt more. The bridge does not answer. It only listens. Its silence a kind of sympathy you never asked for but receive anyway. A gift you can't return. There is no middle to this bridge. No moment of balance between start and finish. Only progression. You do not notice when the descent begins. Only that the steps now angle downward, subtly, like resignation in a lowered gaze. Your shoulders follow. Your neck bends. Your arms dangle. Gravity, but gentler, like sorrow's hand guiding you forward. A shadow flutters past. Not overhead. There is no sky here. It brushes beside you. Not wings. Not wind. Just the idea of presence. It does not speak. It does not look back. But it slows as it passes, as if remembering something about your shape. You do not follow. It wouldn't help. Bones change underfoot, from leg to hand, from spine to jaw. The teeth under your steps are not sharp, but they hold memory in their sockets. 1,000 last words clenched tight. You tread carefully, as though forgiveness could be fractured. And then, the pulse again. Louder now, not urgent, just clearer. And with it, a smell. Damp earth, wet cloth, a hint of something sweet, like memory left out in the rain. It seeps into you, and suddenly you're aware of your fingers, of how they've been clenched this whole time. You open them slowly. Regret trickles out, warm and thin. You near the end, not of the journey, just of the bridge. The bones give way to stone, but even the stone remembers. It has grooves worn in the shapes of prayers. Not all of them were answered, but all of them were heard. You place your foot on the first slab, and the bridge behind you exhales, just once, as though releasing something it had held far too long. You do not turn back, not because you're brave, but because you can't. The path ahead is dim, but walkable, and the air carries no promise, no warning, only weight, the kind that doesn't burden, just reminds you that you're still here. Somewhere far ahead, something waits. Not a monster, just something that has been waiting longer than it remembers how to name itself. And beneath your heel, the last bone sighs, a sound so soft, it feels like a goodbye. The bridge does not creak behind you. It does not groan or sigh or collapse into legend. It simply ceases to be. You never turn to look, because it feels like looking back at someone who has already closed their eyes, not out of dismissal, but because the moment has passed, and your role in it was brief. The stone beneath your feet is uneven, veined with lichen and the memory of hands that once tried to mark it. Your footsteps press softly into the path like an apology. You do not know who you're apologizing to, only that it's deserved. The air grows thicker now, not with heat or cold, but with attention. There's a pressure behind your eyes, a dull awareness in your spine, as if the world has noticed you and cannot quite decide what to do with that knowledge. You do not speak. Even the voices inside your skull have quieted, not out of obedience, but reverence, or fear, or both. There is a rhythm here that predates language, and you are walking through the space between its breaths. The light grows shallow, not dimmer exactly, just more uncertain. Shadows do not stretch from shapes but rise from the ground itself, like bruises blooming beneath the surface of the world. Each step feels like it disturbs something sacred, something buried, something watching. You do not see her yet, but she is already present, not in form, in weight. Hela's gaze is not like a torchlight or a stare from across a room. It is not directional. It is not shaped. It is not limited to eyes. It is a knowing, a gravity, a presence braided into every leafless branch, every curl of wind, every shiver down your arms. You are seen in ways that feel like being remembered too clearly. Every wrong turn, every buried wish, every softened scream. She sees them not with judgment, but with the patience of stone, unblinking, unmoved, uninterested in your protest. You pass a tree that has split itself down the center, hollow as a ribcage. It leans slightly, as though caught mid-sentence, unsure whether to fall or endure. Your hand brushes it, not for balance, but to share warmth, even though you have little to give. The bark is cool, smooth in some places, frayed in others. It accepts your touch like someone used to being misunderstood. Beyond it, a field opens, not wide, not generous, just enough space to make your loneliness visible again. The grass is flattened by things you never saw walk through, patterns, paths, signs of wandering and waiting and turning back too late. You follow the deepest of the impressions, not because it leads forward, but because it doesn't lead away. The silence deepens, not a lack of sound, but a fullness of something that has nothing left to say. You feel her gaze again, more direct now, as if she's begun to narrow it, like the sun behind clouds that thins enough to burn without warning. Your jaw tightens, not in fear, in resistance to something older than fear. You are not prey here. You are offering. A story still being read aloud in a voice you can't quite place. Perhaps your mother's, perhaps your own. A shimmer to the right catches your eye, and you turn without realizing it. There is no water, but there is reflection. A stone polished by nothing you can name. It shows you not as you are, but as you were, or as you feared you might become. You reach toward it, but the moment passes, and the shimmer dies. You continue, with your hand half raised, unsure whether to mourn the loss or the memory. The landscape twists slightly, like a body lying wrong in sleep. Stones jut from the earth like broken teeth. You step over them, carefully, as if they still remember biting. The wind returns, but it does not move your hair. It only carries her scent. Not floral, not death. Something colder, something dry, like parchment that has soaked up too many unspoken names. Ahead, a slope. It rises slowly, like the end of a breath you forgot you were holding. At its crest, something waits. You cannot see it clearly, but you know it sees you. You climb, slow and unsteady. The ground does not help you. It watches you. It waits to see how you choose to falter. And when you reach the top, your breath is not ragged, but changed, hollowed, rearranged. There is no figure there, no statue, no shrine, only a widening of space, a thinning of time, a hush that feels deliberate. You step into it, and then she is there, not in front of you, not beside you, but within the shape of the world itself. Her gaze presses into your ribs, your stomach, your knees, your skull. It fills your lungs before you can stop it. She does not demand your attention. She has already claimed it. You do not bow. You do not speak. But you tremble, not visibly, deeply, like the roots of a tree too proud to fall. The voices murmur again, hesitant, reverent. One repeats your name like a question. Another hums a lullaby you do not remember forgetting. Still another tries to warn you, but its words fall apart mid-sentence, turned to vapor by the weight of her regard. Time folds here, not backward or forward, inward. You see flashes of yourself, not memories, not futures, just versions. The way you might have looked if you'd turned left instead of right, if you had let go instead of held on, if you had chosen silence, if you had screamed. They flicker and fade, not accusing, just echoing. You wonder if Hella sees them too, if she cares, if she collects them. And then her voice, or something like a voice, not sound, not thought, something in between. It does not speak language. It speaks loss. It speaks weight. It speaks you. Not your name, not your story, but your being. Like someone exhaling who you used to be. You feel it leave you in waves. You kneel, not from weakness, from gravity, from the sense that standing is not appropriate here, that verticality is an arrogance you can no longer afford. Your hand touches the ground. It pulses once. A heartbeat. Yours? Hers? It doesn't matter. You are known here. In all the ways that hurt. In all the ways that linger. There is no judgment. Only understanding so complete it becomes unbearable. Like standing naked before something that doesn't need eyes to see. You offer nothing. You ask for nothing. You simply remain. And in remaining, you endure. Eventually, the pressure lifts. Not all the way. Just enough to breathe again. Your hands are still on the ground. You rise slowly, like someone relearning how to carry themselves. The wind changes direction. It brushes your cheek like a hand that never got to say goodbye. You do not cry, but your eyes burn. And that, too, is a kind of offering. You step away, but her presence does not leave. It stretches with you, like a shadow, like a memory too deeply carved to unlearn. You carry her now, not on your back, in your marrow, in the way you hesitate before speaking, in the way silence has grown teeth inside your throat. The path continues, narrow, uneven, patient. Each step forward is a decision you make, not because you must, but because you still can. The air tastes different now, not better, just changed. She is still watching, not with threat, not with blessing, just watching. And in that watching, something softens, not in her, in you. A stitch unpicks itself in your chest. A breath finds space. A thought you did not know was clenched loosens. Behind you, the wind sighs. Ahead, the fog curls inward. And above, her gaze lingers, steady, silent, and impossibly still. The fog holds you longer than you expect it to. You step forward, but the distance between each moment does not shrink. It stretches. It breathes. And in that breath, you are suspended. Not in time, not in thought, but in the quiet hum of something that has not begun yet, but has already finished. The world feels paused, but not still, like a heartbeat between drum beats, like the second before your name is said aloud by someone you thought had forgotten it. The ground shifts beneath you, not with tremor, but with memory. Grass gives way to stone, stone gives way to ash, and ash becomes something more uncertain. Not earth, not dust, but some woven space between endings. You step lightly, though your boots no longer make sound. Perhaps they never did. Perhaps the sound has simply decided it is no longer needed here. Above you, the sky doesn't watch. It waits. Pale and heavy, without color, without judgment. Just a ceiling to what you are about to carry. The voices that once murmured with urgency now whisper more softly, as if they've tucked themselves into corners of your skull where you cannot reach. They're not quiet out of peace. They're quiet like children watching someone mourn, unsure of whether to speak or simply to sit beside you in the dark. There's no announcement of the battle, no war cry, no swell of strings. The world doesn't prepare you. It only allows you in. The space widens, not like an arena, but like a wound, circular, raw, waiting for something to begin bleeding again. You stand at its edge, and the silence deepens, not in volume, but in density. It presses in around your limbs, your chest, your breath. You are not alone. But what stands with you is not friend or foe, only necessity. Shapes move, not fast, not dramatic. They enter the edges of your vision like thoughts you've tried not to think. They don't threaten, they arrive. And you recognize them not by form, but by feeling. Heavy limbs, breath like iron cooling, eyes you don't meet. They carry purpose, not rage. And in that purpose, there is something crueler than hatred. There is certainty. You lift your arm, not out of readiness, but out of rhythm. It is time to move. The blade you carry is not light, but it has become familiar. Like an ache you stopped naming. You do not grip it tighter. You simply let it be held. And when the first figure reaches you, it does not scream. It does not charge. It is simply there. And so are you. There is no music, no drumbeat to match your breath, no strings to lift your spine, no swell to tell you when to rise or fall. Only movement, only your body against theirs, only sound in pieces, the sharp gasp of effort, the low thud of impact, the scrape of metal where it finds resistance, and the silence that swallows the rest. You move not like a dancer, not like a warrior, but like someone remembering how to survive. The blade finds its arc. The arc finds its mark. The mark does not cry out. It dissolves, not into death, but into absence. You do not celebrate. You do not sigh in relief. You move again. Another figure. Another step. Another moment without music. The voices do not guide you now. They watch. They wait. They judge, perhaps. Or maybe they're just as unsure of this place as you are. You hear one whisper, behind you, but it sounds more like a memory than a warning. You pivot, not fast, just enough. The blow misses, or it connects, and the pain does not arrive. You're not sure anymore. Pain feels distant. It floats behind your ribs like something waiting for permission. The fight continues, not as a sequence, as a state. You live inside it now, not passing through, but being held by it. Each swing of your blade feels heavier, not with weight, with meaning, as if each motion costs a memory and you're running out of ones you can afford to lose. You cut, you stumble, you rise, again and again, in a loop without ceremony. They keep coming, not an army, not even a crowd, just enough. Enough to remind you that this is not about winning. This is about continuing, about moving even when the world does not give you a reason, about placing your foot down even when you no longer believe the ground will be there to meet it. One of them knocks you down, or maybe the ground calls you to it. Your hands scrape stone. The blade slips. You hear a voice, not outside but inside, say something like, "This is the end," and you consider it. Not with panic, with curiosity. Is this the end? Have you earned that? Would it be enough? But then a warmth, not fire, not sun. A warmth that feels like a hand once held, like the memory of Dillion's laughter through a half-open door. You don't see him, you don't hear him, but you remember being near him. And that is enough. You rise, slowly, like the world is made of water and you are learning how to float through it. Your blade returns to your hand without sound. You do not grip it in defiance. You grip it like someone holding onto the last line of a story they once loved. The next figure comes, and you move, not with fury, with rhythm, with presence. The blow lands. It falls. You remain. The fog returns. Only now you understand it isn't fog. It is memory made visible. It curls around your ankles. It coils through the battlefield like breath that never left a mouth. The last figure does not come forward. It waits, and you do not move to meet it. You both understand. This is not a victory. This is a pause. Your body hums with the echo of motion. Your breath is not steady, but it is yours. The ground no longer feels like it's watching. It has accepted you. The silence lingers, not as absence, as witness. You were here, you endured, you moved. There is no applause, no triumphant swell, no narrator's voice to declare your bravery. Only the scrape of your boot as you shift weight. Only the wind tugging at strands of hair stuck to your cheek. Only your pulse, somewhere in your throat, reminding you that you are still tethered to this world by rhythm alone. You leave the field slowly, not with reluctance, with respect. Each step feels like a farewell, not to those who fell, you do not know them, but to the part of you that did not know if it would survive this. The voices return, not loud, not clear. One laughs quietly, one hums. Another says your name like it's brushing dust from a book. You don't reply. You don't need to. Beyond the field, the path narrows again. The world resumes, as if nothing happened, as if everything happened. You walk with your blade lowered, not because you're safe, but because you're no longer proving anything. The sky remains pale. The wind carries nothing now. Not scent, not song, not omen. Just air, just movement. And behind you, where the battle was, the silence still waits. Not broken, not restored, just whole. The hush comes slowly, like fog rolling over an open mouth. You don't notice it at first, not because it is absent, but because you've forgotten what it feels like to be without them. The voices, the whisperers, the ones who filled the hollow of your head like birds nesting in rafters. They've always been there, haven't they? Chirping warnings, singing doubts, slicing your thoughts into 100 trembling threads, and leaving you to gather the strands like someone trying to catch wind in their hands. But now they don't speak. And it is not peace. It is not silence. It is the absence of sound where once something lived. And it feels wrong. Your breath is the only thing you hear for a while. That, and the wet brush of your boots dragging through the shallow pools that gather between broken stone. The world narrows. The path curls inward. You are somewhere between a memory and a forgetting, walking a place that feels familiar, but only from dreams you never claimed as yours. Light comes in slow pulses, not bright, not full, just enough to suggest the world continues beyond the reach of your vision. Your shadow follows you like it's ashamed. Each step presses against something soft and shifting. Moss, maybe, or mud, or memory. You're not sure anymore what's beneath you, only that it gives a little when you place your weight on it. The wind brushes your cheek like someone who used to love you once, and maybe still does, but doesn't say it. That's the feeling here, that everything knows something you don't, but refuses to speak. Even the voices, especially the voices. They hum now, low and wide like a sound trapped underwater. You strain for meaning and find only shapes, rounded syllables with no edge, no bite. They don't mock. They don't warn. They don't twist. They just don't. There's a kind of grief in that. Not mourning what they said, but mourning the space they once filled. Their silence is not healing. It is hollowing, as if your mind is a room they've moved out of, and now all that's left are the indentations on the furniture where they used to sit. And so you keep walking, because standing still invites echoes, and the only thing worse than the voices speaking is the voices almost speaking. You find a wall, or something pretending to be one. Stone ribs pressed together like teeth, moss thick in their cracks, and the bones of ivy gripping old mortar with fingers too stubborn to forget. You trail your hand along it, and it feels like touching someone's back while they sleep, still warm, still breathing, but unreachable. You think about Dillian, not with clarity, not with longing, just with a sort of soft ache that doesn't go away, like bruises in places no one can see. There's a shape ahead, tall and thin, cut from darkness but outlined in that pale not light this place offers. It could be a post, or a tree, or a person. You don't ask. You don't approach. You keep to your pace, steady, shallow, careful not to let the moment notice you. because if it does, it might collapse. And right now, collapse feels like a luxury, a release you haven't earned yet. When the path bends, the water gets deeper, just to your ankles at first, then higher. The cold presses upward like rising doubt. The stones beneath you vanish into ripple and shimmer. You keep walking. The hem of your cloak soaks through. Your legs move like they're remembering how to swim. And above you, the sky doesn't change, but you sense something vast turning behind it. Watching. They still don't speak. Not one of them. Not the pleading one. Not the cruel one. Not the one that sounded like your mother when she was tired. They've gone somewhere inside you. Maybe deeper. Maybe quieter. Maybe they're waiting. Or maybe they've said all they were ever going to say. The weight of them still lingers. The way a room still holds warmth after a candle has been blown out. You remember a time, or imagine one, when you sat beside a fire and the voices laughed with you, or at you. The line blurred. They made the silence less lonely, even when they hated you, even when they turned your breath into broken glass. You miss them now, and that feels like betrayal, of yourself, of peace, of sanity. But missing is what you do. It's the muscle memory of grief, and yours is stronger than most. The water gives way to stone again, and your feet find a rhythm. Not quite marching, not quite drifting. A funeral pace, maybe, for something that hasn't died yet, or something that keeps dying, slowly, like smoke taking years to leave a house. You pass a structure, wooden, slumped, bones of a dwelling with its skin stripped away. Ropes hang like forgotten promises. Shields rot in place, splintered and sunken, but still gripping the walls like they're waiting for one more battle. You pause at the edge, not stepping inside. The air changes there, denser, thicker, as if it's been holding its breath. You don't disturb it. Instead, you turn your head and listen, really listen, to the spaces between your thoughts, to the places where their voices used to live. And still, nothing. No judgment, no encouragement, no doubt. Just your own breath, your own heartbeat, your own voice saying nothing at all. It should feel like freedom, but it doesn't. It feels like standing on a stage after the play has ended, and the seats are all empty, and you forgot what your lines were even though no one's left to hear them. It feels like quiet in a place that was built for noise. You kneel. The stone is cold beneath your knees, wet. It soaks into the fabric and into your skin, and then deeper, as if it's trying to remind your bones what cold truly feels like. You press your hand to the ground, palm flat, and you try to listen with your skin. Still nothing. Only the thrum of blood and the pressure of your breath. The kind of silence that feels like it has something hidden inside it. Something curled up tight, waiting for the right moment to speak. You whisper something. You don't know what. A name, maybe. Or just a sound. It falls from your mouth like something trying to remember how to be language. It dies before it hits the floor. But that's when you feel it. Not a voice. Not a word. Just warmth. A flicker. A breath. A memory that doesn't belong to now. It brushes the back of your neck, soft as a mother's lullaby. Or maybe a lie you once told yourself to get through a harder moment. You close your eyes, and for a heartbeat, it's enough. Not hope, not comfort, just enough. When you rise again, you're heavier than you were, but also more whole, like something filled the spaces the voices left behind, not with sound, but with something slower, more permanent. Stillness. Not the absence of noise, but the presence of something else. Something that doesn't need to speak to be known. Something that feels like you. And as you step forward again, toward the path that waits without demanding, you notice that the silence doesn't press in anymore. It doesn't ache. It just is. A hush that holds your shape. A quiet that fits. A world that, for once, lets you pass through it without commentary. And in that quiet, something inside you exhales. Not a word, not a thought, just a breath. And the sound of your footstep, soft and sure, disappearing into the next moment like mist over water. The hush from before still lingers, as if you carry it with you, not in your hands, but beneath your ribs, behind your eyes, across your shoulders like a shawl spun from absence. The path no longer argues with your steps. The world has quieted, not in surrender, but in reverence, as though it too knows what lies ahead, as though even the air dares not speak her name. You follow the pulse of memory, not forward exactly, but inward, deeper into a place made less of earth and stone, and more of flickering edges and half-remembered warmth. There is no gate to cross, no threshold to mark this transition. It simply happens, gradually, as though the landscape has exhaled and allowed its shape to soften. Trees thin to pillars. Stones rise like teeth. Mist clings to your skin as gently as her hands once did, brushing hair from your face when your thoughts were still small enough to fit in a single question. Why? It is not her voice that greets you, nor her face. It is her presence, felt rather than seen, known rather than heard. The way heat clings to wood long after the fire has died. The way a lullaby remains in the silence after a child has fallen asleep. You move toward her as if drawn by a tide too slow to notice, too steady to resist. The world around you flickers, not like flame, but like breath. The edges of things lose their certainty. Shapes bend, not into threat, but into memory. The way smoke curls in the rafters of a place once called home. And in that drifting haze, she waits. You do not call her name. You do not ask why she left or why she stayed so long in the shadows. You simply breathe, because this is not a reunion. It is a remembering. She appears not all at once, but in pieces. A warmth in the chest before you see her, the sense of being watched with love before you can trace the source. And then, in the trembling hush of flame-kissed air, she steps into the space where time holds its breath. She glows, but not with fire, with memory, with sorrow, with a softness that aches. Her features are not fully hers, not the way you once knew them. They shimmer with the shape of who she might have been, had the world been gentler. The corners of her smile are folded with silence. Her eyes hold the quiet of every story she never got to tell. She is not solid. She is not ghost. She is not dream. She is light. She does not speak. But the silence between you crackles, thick with words you both already know. The ones you swallowed instead of saying. The ones she whispered when no one else would hear. There is a sadness in her that mirrors your own, not in shape, but in depth. A recognition. You carry the same weight. Hers, gifted. Yours, inherited. She reaches out, not to touch you, but to let you feel what she cannot give in words. Her hand hovers near yours, not quite meeting it. And in that space between, something passes. Warmth without heat, love without explanation, sorrow without apology. The voices do not interrupt. They do not comment. For once they are absent. Or perhaps they have bowed their heads too. You look at her, really look, and find not just a mother, but a mirror. Not of what you are, but of what you longed for. Her face is not your comfort. It is your ache. The familiar curve of her cheek, the flicker of something in her brow, the way her presence hums like a lullaby beneath your skin. It unravels something in you that you didn't know was still knotted. And still, she does not speak. But you remember. You remember the scent of her. Not perfume, not herbs, but something softer. Something like rain on wool, like ash in spring. You remember the way her hands moved when she worked, not delicate, but deliberate, as if every motion carried a prayer too old to name. You remember the way she looked at you, not always with joy, but always with depth, like she saw something in you that you hadn't yet dared to hold. Her hair is longer than you remember, or maybe it's only the way it flows, caught in a wind that doesn't stir the rest of the world. The light behind her shifts, and her body is carved from it. Shadow and flame and softness all at once. She begins to move, not toward you, but around you, not circling, but encompassing. Her presence spreads like water poured onto thirsty earth. Not a deluge, a blessing. And with each step she takes, the world bends, not breaks, bends. Trees fade to tendrils of smoke. Stone melts to warmth beneath your feet. The sky folds downward like a blanket. You stand inside a memory that is not yours alone. It belongs to her, too. It always did. You hear her voice now, but not aloud. It hums in the bones of your arms, in the space between blinks, in the place where fear used to sleep. She does not give you answers. She does not tell you what comes next. She only leaves space for you to rest. You try to speak, but the words don't come. Not because they are gone, but because they are too full. You want to ask if she forgives you, for believing, for fearing, for surviving. But you already know. She forgave you before you ever asked. She forgave you in the way she let go. And now she begins to fade, not retreat, not disappear. Just soften, as though the world can no longer hold her shape for long, as though even memory must release its grip eventually. You want to reach out, but your arms are tired, not from weariness, but from holding grief too long. She smiles. It is not a wide smile, not a joyous one. It is a smile that says, I see you, still, always. The light around her dims, not with sadness, but with grace, as though the fire has given all it needed to give, and now it only flickers to remind you it was real. You close your eyes, not to forget, but to carry her with you, without having to look. And when you open them again, she is gone. But something remains, not a figure, not a sound, just warmth, just light, just the faint scent of smoke in the air, the kind that clings to hair and fabric and stays with you for days. You inhale it, and it fills the hollow places like breath after weeping. The voices do not return, not yet. The world is still yours, for a moment longer. And in that moment, you are not alone. You are not healed, but you are held by smoke, by light, by the echo of someone who once called you by your true name, not with fear, not with prophecy, but with love. And the memory of that name lingers, long after the last of her presence has folded back into mist. You slip forward from the trailing silence of what came before, shifting into a space that doesn't feel like arrival and isn't yet departure. The air around you weighted softly with memory and absence. The ground beneath your kneeling form is loose, not welcoming, and yet you find yourself touching down, blades of grass trembling under fingers that don't know how else to mourn what never got buried properly. The wind moves through the tall stalks beside you, whispering names, or are they echoes of names you should remember? The sun, if it can still be called that here, is dim, filtered through pale mist that makes everything feel the same shade of sorrow. You kneel not from ritual, but from instinct, your body carrying a grief heavier than words, heavier than ceremony, because this grave was never marked, and in that omission, you feel entire worlds left unspoken. Your breath comes slow and measured, a tide in a sea of regret. You lean forward and run your hand across a patch of disturbed earth, feeling small grit pressing beneath skin, the texture foreign but intimate. A name hovers at the boundary of thought, unstable, half seen, but you don't say it. To speak it feels like exposing a wound in open air. Instead, you trace patterns in the dirt. A memory unfurls, a face that smiles only once, a laugh that fractures in the silence that followed. The lack of stone or marker or wood stake is a wound you cradle like a cradle unborn things of sorrow, unreceived because you didn't know how to demand closure when words turned into absence. Behind you, the world sighs, leaves tremble, threads of breeze carrying the faintest shudder of something breathing behind a wall you once heard. But now, there is only this hush. You stay with the silence, leaning into it the way you lean into a promise that was never kept. The horizon ahead is pale, diffused, the kind of light one finds inside a half-remembered regret. Time doesn't pass. It pools, thick and unmoving. Your tears, should they come, would fall without sound, absorbed by soil that never offered rest. Still, the act of kneeling, of grounding your own weight on that unmarked earth, is a protest that something once mattered, that a life once pulsed and now pulses in you. Thoughts drift back to a voice, a memory of laughter, of warmth, and it emerges quietly, as if hidden behind the earth itself. You want to forgive what was undone, but grief is not obedience. It is its own weather system, storming in half-moon crescendos, then receding to a dull ache that lives behind ribs. The gap between you and rest is measured in absence, and yet you stay. Because mourning what was never properly honored is a testament to having loved anyway. A breeze raises goose flesh along your arm. You breathe into it, inhaling the soft, wet scent of moss, of rain-kissed roots, of something ancient and bruised. You lean your forehead to the ground, feeling cool touch between your temple and earth that refuses ceremony. In that contact, you sense something shifting. Not resolve, but willingness, as if the act of kneeling is enough to crack open some part of the heaviness you've carried alone. The landscape around you thins, morphs. Trees around the clearing sway, suggesting shapes you don't fully trust, shapes that might be absence made visible. Voices you've carried whisper in the periphery, coaxing you not toward answers, but toward endurance. They say, "You do not need victory here, only presence." You sink deeper into that idea, letting your body fill with the ache of staying. This is not about laying someone to rest. This is about naming the unrest inside yourself, out loud or silent, with palms pressed into earth that doesn't judge. Time dissolves further. You close your eyes, and the space inside your skull echoes. Footsteps you once heard softly behind you and worlds you've walked swirl into your awareness. Each ghost step tethered to hope and fear and longing. You think of how easy it would have been to turn away, to step off the unmarked ground and pretend nothing was missing. But you stayed. Your knees hold you. Your hand on the soil holds you. And for now, that small act of stillness is enough. Memories return, flickering, smoke curling over fields, laughter cut short, a face seen only in dream. You taste absence on your tongue and breathe it into the air. The wind picks up, brushing your hair across cheeks damp with something unbidden. You listen to a silence deeper than quiet, the quiet of emptiness that resists filling. At last you lift your hand and let it hover above the earth, fingertip just brushing air stirred by breath. A final exhale fills your chest and empties it. You rise slowly, spine straight but unstrained, and step back, leaving no mark but an intangible weight lifted ever so slightly, like exhaling a secret that wasn't meant to be told. The world doesn't shift, the grave remains unmarked, but inside you something real stirs, the knowledge that grief needn't be polished or perfect to exist, and that staying with what was forgotten honors it more than any stone ever could. You turn away, walking through the mist that parts before you in delicate tendrils. Whatever lives in that place is now known, even if it cannot be named. The air distills into faint perfume, salted earth, rainfall, absence made presence, and it follows you as you leave without ceremony. And in that lingering scent, in that soft echo of sorrow remembered, you carry the unmarked grave with you, just beneath your ribs, where it can breathe as quietly as the silence now cradles it, until all that remains flickers away. The air still carries your mother's voice, though not in words. It hangs in the way the light filters through the smoke, in the weightless hush that follows flame, in the shape the silence takes when it's no longer fighting to be heard. The warmth is gone, but something remains. Not quite memory, not quite ash, just a presence that doesn't ask to be noticed, but refuses to leave. Your feet press into soil that no longer remembers the shape of other footsteps. It has given up trying to preserve the past, and yet it holds you all the same, gently, like a hand worn thin with grief. There's no path forward now, not really. Just a narrowing, a soft collapse. The world tightens, as if it's folding inward around you, petal by petal, thought by thought. This is the spiral, and you are already within it. There is no scream, no final flare of fury or sound, only the dull compression of all the sounds that should be here, but are not. No birds, no wind, not even the low growl of something waiting. Just you and the downward pull, quiet, constant, tender in its own unrelenting way. You do not fall, you do not descend, you curl. Around yourself, around the memories that no longer burn, but still glow faintly, as if embarrassed to be remembered. The moments that once cut like blades now flutter like soft-edged paper in your mind, worn smooth by too much replay. You see your father's silhouette, not towering now, but small, distant, shrinking further with every breath. You see the tree where he hung the shame, the circle of stones where the whispers began. They no longer accuse, they no longer guide, they just linger. Even the voices, those familiar frayed companions of your passage, grow still, not gone, just watchful. You feel their presence in the pause between your thoughts, like people in another room, standing very still so as not to interrupt. You always feared their silence more than their noise. But now, it feels like a mercy. The spiral has no floor, no moment of impact. It is not a plunge, not a crash, not a break. It is the sea at night, pulling its own waves inward. It is warmth bleeding slowly from a cup left out too long. It is forgetting, not all at once, but like sand washing from your palm, one grain at a time. You are not breaking. You are unraveling. And in the unraveling, there is a kind of quiet dignity, the way a candle flickers out when no one is watching, not with drama, but with peace. Your legs carry you forward, not with strength, but with softness, with resignation. You are not seeking anymore. You are not fighting. You are simply continuing, because that's what breath does when it's not ready to stop. There's a doorway ahead, though it doesn't look like a doorway. It looks like an ending that hasn't yet admitted itself. The arch is crooked. The wood is blackened. But it holds. You pass through it not as a warrior, not even as a witness, but as a breath being exhaled. You barely notice the shift in light. The colors dull as if underwater, muted like voices behind thick walls. Your fingers graze the stone, the moss, the old wood. Not to anchor yourself, but to confirm that it's all still here, that you're still here, that some shape still moves through this dream. Time no longer feels like a thing to be counted. It slows, not to tease you, but to give you space. Space to feel the weight of your own limbs. Space to hear your heartbeat when the world refuses to make noise. Space to listen, even when nothing is speaking. And in that stillness, you realize the spiral is not a punishment. It is a lullaby, one that only sounds like sorrow if you haven't learned how to listen. You are not being pulled under. You are being wrapped by memory, by silence, by all the pieces of yourself that once scattered like frightened birds and now return, cautiously, one at a time, to perch on your shoulders again. There is a moment where you pause, not to rest, but because something in your body tells you this is a place to remember. Not a grave, not quite, just a place where something ended and something else waited to begin. You kneel, not because you are forced to, but because standing feels dishonest here. You press your hand to the ground, and it gives slightly, as if remembering you too. There is no name here, no marker, no stone, just earth and sky, and that faint feeling of a soul that once breathed beneath both. You don't know who you're grieving. Perhaps everyone, perhaps no one, perhaps yourself in some older form. But the ache is real, and it is quiet, and it does not need to be explained. The wind picks up, only slightly, just enough to shift the hair against your cheek, just enough to move a strand of something that might have once been thread, or moss, or memory. You do not reach for it. You let it pass, because not everything must be held. You stand again, not taller, not stronger, just upright. The ground does not protest. The air does not notice. The spiral continues, soft and inevitable. You are no longer resisting it. You are becoming part of it. The twist in your chest is looser now, as though even the pain has agreed to soften. Ahead, the world waits, not as a challenge, not as a test, but simply as space. The kind of space where endings curl into beginnings without needing to say which is which. You step into that space, and the sound that follows you is not a footfall, not a voice, not even your own breath. It is quieter than that. It is the feeling of something loosening, a knot untying without ceremony, a thread finding its end, or maybe its start. And behind you, the air folds in gently, erasing the shape you made in the earth, but not the warmth you left behind. The silence lingers, soft and round, like a held breath that forgot it was waiting. The ground does not shift beneath you, but something in you does, something subtle and silent, like the breath before a word you'll never say. The silence around you is thick, but not heavy. It breathes, it hums, it waits. You have walked through fire and darkness, through the broken bones of old beats, and the echoes of your own name, stretched and torn, until it no longer sounded like something human. You have stepped forward with blood on your hands, and memory in your mouth. And now, at the end of all things, there is no scream, no crescendo, only stillness. The path is narrowed not with stone, but with absence. The sky above you is a bruise, cloudless yet full of weight. The air here does not move, yet you feel it everywhere, pressing gently, like fingers on your ribs. There are no more gates to solve, no riddles to pierce. Just this long, silent walk into what might be death, or might be the softest kind of truth. Your footsteps are not yours anymore. They are the breath of the journey itself, carrying you not toward something, but into it. Ahead, she waits. Not as a figure in shadow, not as a force cloaked in fire or void, but as a stillness made flesh. Her shape is familiar not because you've seen her before, but because you've carried her all along. Every night you curled in on yourself, every whispered thought that never surfaced, every time you blamed yourself for surviving when others did not, all of it lives in the shape before you. Hela does not move. Her stillness does not speak of grace or poise, or the readiness to strike. It speaks of knowing, of being. Her skin is pale but not cold. Her hair falls like strands of old grief, and her eyes, they do not search you. They do not judge you. They only see. And in that seeing, they show you a version of yourself that never learned to stand. The you that drowned quietly in sorrow and did not resurface. The you that listened to every voice that said you were broken and believed them all. You step closer. The wind does not blow, yet your cloak shudders as if something has passed through it. A thought, perhaps, or a name. Behind you, the voices are quiet now. Not gone. Never gone. But softer. Tired, maybe. Or simply waiting. They do not push you forward. They do not pull you back. For once, they allow the silence to speak louder than their truths. She is taller than you thought. Or perhaps you are smaller. It's hard to tell now. The space between you isn't far. A few more steps, perhaps. But it stretches like something eternal. Not because of the distance, but because of what it means to cross it. She holds something, a shape, a weight. You know it without knowing it. You know what it is, and you know it's not yours anymore. And yet, it never really was it? You take another step. Your body does not resist. Your fear, which once wrapped around your ribs like thorns, now lies dormant, coiled like old rope at your feet. The pain is there, the loss, still raw in places. But something else walks beside it now. Not healing, not quite, but understanding, or maybe acceptance. The kind that doesn't demand forgetting. The kind that lets you carry what you must, but not alone. She tilts her head, just slightly. Not in curiosity, not in welcome. Just an echo of movement. You see your own tilt mirrored, your own shoulders hunched from the weight of years, your own face carved not by age but by the weather of sorrow. You see what you feared. You see what you became. You see what you overcame. You do not reach for the blade. There is no need. There is no fight left here. Only recognition. And in recognition, release. You take one more step, and the world does not shatter. There is no explosion of light, no trembling of the earth, no cry of victory from the voices that haunt the edges of your breath. There is only this moment, quiet and wide. Her hands, pale and unmoving. Your breath, slow and ragged. The shared space between you, filled not with judgment or absolution, but with the weightless presence of truth. You kneel, not in surrender, not in worship, just in quiet. And as you lower your gaze, you feel the last of something unravel, like a knot undone by time, not by force. Her hand opens, and what she holds, what you thought you came to claim, tumbles from her grasp, not carelessly, not cruelly, but as if it no longer matters to either of you. It falls. And your breath catches, not from shock, but from the sound it makes, a soft, dull thud, like a memory being laid to rest. You do not pick it up. You do not need to. It is not yours anymore. And maybe it never was. The world begins to shift, not with motion, but with meaning. The sky bruises a little lighter. The air changes, as if someone has opened a door in a room you'd forgotten you were in. The ground beneath your knees is solid, steady, kind. You lift your eyes again. She is still there, but something in her has softened, or perhaps it is in you. The mirror no longer frightens you. You do not look away. You do not need to, because for the first time you understand. She was never your enemy. She was your grief, standing still. Your fear, unspoken. Your sorrow, unburied. She was the part of you that waited to be seen. And now, she has been. You rise, not quickly, not triumphantly, but with the slow, aching ease of someone who has remembered their own shape. Your hands are empty, and yet you feel fuller than you have in years. Your footsteps do not echo as you turn, but they are there. Solid. True. Behind you, she remains. Still. Not banished, not destroyed, just no longer needed. The voices do not cheer, they do not jeer. They hum like wind in an empty hall. And in that hum, there is something new, something almost like peace. You walk away, and nothing follows. No shadow clings, no pain pulls, no name is shouted from the dark. You are not alone, but you are no longer hunted by yourself. The path ahead does not shine, it does not rise, it simply continues. And that is enough. You walk on, and behind you, the mirror stands unbroken, waiting, but not for you. You will not need to return, not this time. The air thins into quiet, and a faint light flickers along the edge of your sight. Not the harsh blaze of triumph, but the soft glow of breath. And somewhere, beneath it all, a voice. Not theirs, not yours, but older. Sighs like something that's finally been allowed to rest. The ground remains solid beneath your feet, and the silence that walks with you, it hums, not in sorrow, but in release. And in that hum, you carry something new, something weightless, something whole, something that lingers, like the warmth of a fire you didn't notice had gone out, like the memory of your own name, gently returning to your lips, like the feeling of being enough. The silence behind you does not vanish. It folds in on itself like a completed breath, like the last ripple in a pool after the stone has sunk. You carry it with you, not in your arms or across your back, but somewhere deeper, stitched into the slow rhythm of your steps, into the hush that trails each inhale. There is no victory here. There is only what remains and how it settles. You do not walk away from her, not truly, because there is no longer a line dividing her from you, no boundary that marks what was hers and what was yours. You did not conquer her. You did not win. You simply stood still long enough for both of you to stop trembling, and that was enough. Now the path curves again, not towards something new, but towards something softer. The edges of the world are no longer sharp. The ground is no longer trying to trip you. The air feels like breath you forgot to release. For the first time in what feels like the echo of lifetimes, you are not moving to reach something. You are simply moving, letting your weight return to your body, letting your name settle back into the hollows of your chest, like a bird that has circled long enough to find home. There is water ahead, not roaring, not loud, just water, lapping gently, like the pulse of something patient. You see it long before you reach it. You hear it like a memory you didn't realize belonged to you. The scent of salt and silence brushes your skin. The breeze is soft here, like breath against the side of your neck, like a hand brushing away a strand of hair in a gesture too old to name. You do not rush. The world does not demand anything of you now. It does not need you to prove your pain. It does not ask you to explain why you're still standing. It simply makes room for your footsteps, one after the other, as though they've always had a place. There are stones beneath the surface of the water, pale and smooth. Some you remember, others you do not. But they do not judge you for forgetting. They do not whisper accusations. They only rest, worn into softness by time and tide. You reach the edge and kneel, not with purpose, not with ceremony. You kneel because your legs need rest, because your hands want to touch something that isn't memory. The water is cold, but not unkind. It moves around your fingers like recognition, like something old reaching back to meet you. You watch the ripples spread, then fade. You do not chase them. You do not expect them to last. You only watch, and for once, that is enough. In your other hand, the one that trembles less than it used to, something rests. Not heavy, not light, just present. You did not notice it before. Or perhaps you always carried it, but only now can feel its shape. It is not an object, not a weapon, not a burden. It is a goodbye. You hold it for a while, not tightly, not loosely, just long enough to feel its warmth start to fade. It is not dying. It is not being taken. It is simply leaving. The way breath leaves lungs, the way light leaves evening. Quietly, inevitably. You do not speak. There is no need. Your throat is dry, but not aching. Your lips are closed, but soft. The farewell does not come from your mouth. It comes from your fingers. And so, you let go. Not in a gesture of sacrifice, not in surrender, but in grace. The thing in your hand, whatever it once was, whatever it meant, leaves you like a sigh. It drifts into the water, touches the surface, and then it is gone. Not vanished. Just no longer yours. And as it goes, something in you loosens. A knot you forgot you'd tied. A muscle held too long. A breath held too deep. There is no rush of relief, no catharsis, only the gentle realization that nothing broke when you released it. You did not fall. The world did not shatter. You are still here. You sit back, letting the chill of the stones press into your thighs through worn fabric. The sky does not change color. The air does not sing. But everything feels different. You have let go. And yet somehow, you have also returned. Not to a place, not to a time, but to yourself. The self beneath the grief, beneath the name, beneath the fear. The self that never stopped waiting. A sound behind you. Not a footstep, not a voice. Just a presence. Like warmth from a long-buried fire. You do not turn. You do not flinch. It is not something that seeks to harm. It only watches. And in that watching, it bears witness to what you have done, to what you have become. You close your eyes, and for a moment, there is only the sea, only the sound of it folding in and out like breath. The rhythm of it does not match your heart, but it guides it, slows it, softens it, reminds it how to be. There is a scent now, something familiar, not ash, not blood, something green, something distant, a memory of moss, a whisper of stone warmed by sun. You do not chase it. You let it brush past you, like a hand not quite touching, like a dream you'll half remember by morning. Your fingers twitch, not in pain, in return. You have not been healed. This is not that kind of story. The scars remain. The shadows do not flee. But they are not all of you anymore. They are not the only voices in your breath. You rise slowly. The stones are firm beneath your feet. The water kisses your boots and does not pull. It only reminds. The way ahead is not marked. There are no signs, no torches, no voices guiding your path. And still, you know. You know. Because when the weight leaves your hands, what remains is not emptiness. It is space. And in that space you can begin. Again, and again, and again. The journey does not end. But for the first time, it does not chase you. It walks beside you. You look toward the horizon, not to conquer it, not to fear it, but to witness it. And it looks back, quietly, softly, like something that has been waiting to welcome you, not as a warrior, not as a curse, but simply as yourself. And as you step forward, there is no fanfare, no silence, no sound that marks the change, only breath, only warmth, only the faint, salt-stained scent of a tide that will never stop arriving. And in the corner of your sight, where grief once stood tall and still, there is only a flicker of light, fading like the last thought before sleep. A letting go, a kind of returning, a sound, soft and small and endless, like your name, whispered not by someone, but by the sea. The shore does not move. It does not open for you, or resist you, or mourn what came before. It simply remains, pale, grainy, softly wet beneath your steps. The wind is gentler now, no longer whispering secrets, no longer warning or pleading. It only brushes past your skin like an old hand that has forgotten what it meant to hold, but still remembers the shape. You move without needing to. There is no quest here, no destination, just motion, just being. And still, the sea breathes. Each step you take feels less like walking and more like remembering. Not a memory made of images or facts, but one of sensations. The warmth of another hand wrapped in yours. The pulse of your heart as it quieted beneath grief. The press of shadow behind your eyes that somehow taught you how to see again. You move as one who has nothing left to find and everything left to feel. The sand does not resist you. It gives way softly, imprinting your passing like breath against glass. You reach the place where the waves kiss the land, where the tide traces lazy arcs around your ankles. The water is cold, but not punishing. It welcomes without pulling, touches without taking. It does not judge your trembling or your stillness. It only returns again and again, like a promise never made but always kept. And as it washes over your feet, You feel the ache begin to shift, not disappear, not lighten, but change shape. Become something you can walk with, something you can live inside without breaking. The sky above you is low and wide, like a curtain half pulled across the face of the world. It does not dazzle. It does not glow. It breathes, like the sea, like you, like the ones you lost and still carry in your chest. A faint light pulses somewhere behind the clouds. Not day, not night. Just the suggestion of a world that continues, quiet and unhurried. You do not need to name it. You do not need to understand it. You only need to be here long enough to feel the weight of silence settle around your shoulders without crushing you. You close your eyes, not to escape, not to hide, but to listen. And in that listening, you hear everything, not words, not voices, just the presence of things that once spoke and now watch. The rush of 1,000 heartbeats remembered. The sigh of something ancient and vast, exhaling through the cracks of the universe. The low hum of grief that has softened into memory. The sea keeps breathing, and in time, so do you. Somewhere behind you, the path you walked folds itself shut. Not with sound, not with finality. It simply ceases to be needed. You do not turn to look. There is no need. What followed you no longer presses at your back. What drove you no longer stirs your steps. All that remains is what you carry, not as burden, but as shape, as bone, as breath. You kneel, not to pray, not to surrender, but because the moment asks it of you, because the sea feels closer this way, and the air feels fuller. You press your fingers into the sand. Let the grains cling to your skin. Let the world leave its mark. It is not pain you feel. It is texture. It is contact. It is real. The scent of salt and damp earth fills your lungs, heavy and grounding. You do not cry. The tears have already been given, long ago, in places deeper than your body. But your chest softens. Your shoulders drop. Something inside you, once coiled and braced, begins to uncurl. There is something ahead, not seen, but sensed. A horizon that does not end in light or shadow, but simply fades. Not a gate, not a line, just a fading. You could walk toward it if you chose, or stay here. There is no wrong direction, no choice to be weighed, just presence, just breathe. And even now, in the hush of the tide, you feel her, not as echo, not as ghost, but as part of the silence, a shape in the space between heartbeats. She is not watching. She is not speaking. She is simply there, the way fire is there, even when only embers remain, the way warmth lingers long after the hands have pulled away. You reach your hand toward the water, not to release, not to receive, just to touch, to feel the cold and the rhythm and the slow pull of time. The sea welcomes you again, not as a stranger, not as a warrior, but as something softer. It does not ask what you lost. It does not remind you of what was taken. It only moves, endless and patient, around your fingers. In the far edge of your hearing, something flutters. A gull, perhaps, a memory, a breath. You do not chase it. You let it pass through you like mist. Let it stir the air, then vanish. You are not meant to hold it, only to know it was there. Your legs begin to ache, gently. The kind of ache that reminds you that you still live inside your body, that you still belong to it. You rise again, letting the sand slide off your palms, letting the world cling to you in the small ways it knows how. And the sea, still breathing, folds another wave around your ankles, then recedes, as if to say, "You may go." You do not leave, not yet, but you begin to drift again, your steps slow, almost uncertain, not from fear, but from quiet, from reverence. The world around you does not demand pace. It does not demand anything. It offers, and you at last know how to receive. There is a rock jutting out from the shoreline, covered in moss and softened by time. You sit upon it, feeling its chill seep into your bones like an old song. The wind has grown still, the tide even slower. And for a long time, or perhaps no time at all, you sit, breathing, existing, letting the sound of the sea become your heartbeat. The voices, when they come, are not voices, not truly. They are hums, shapes in the wind, hints of names and laughter. They do not speak to you. They do not guide. They accompany. The way shadows accompany light. The way dreams accompany sleep. You do not reach for them. You do not flinch. They are yours, but no longer your weight, only your weather. You place your hand on your chest. Feel the steady rhythm there. It no longer fights. It no longer flees. It simply continues. And you, who once shook with every step, who once heard screams in the silence, now sit with the hush and let it hold you. The sea breathes, and so do you, and so does everything. Nothing is finished, nothing is healed, but everything continues, not in perfection, not in peace, but in rhythm, in return. A gull cries far overhead, distant and small. The sky above has opened just slightly, a crack of soft silver light pouring through like spilled memory. You tilt your face toward it, not to bask, not to plead, just to feel, just to know the sky still exists. There will be other steps, other paths, other silences. But for now, there is only this: the water, the breath, the stillness, the way your name no longer hurts to carry. You do not say goodbye. You do not need to, because nothing is leaving, and nothing is lost. Not really. You sit, and the sea keeps breathing. You close your eyes, and still, it breathes, and still, it breathes, and still, it breathes.